think we're live. I'm just waiting to see people in here. I'm just getting my stream set up. If you guys welcome in to the pop-up stream, welcome back and welcome in. There's that. I think we're live. Are we live? Oh, I see some people. I see dee 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 dee. I see Beans. I see the real Kels. Yay! I've missed you. Oh my God, Ranny and Roxy, Asphalt Sally. I miss you guys. Hey, Bo Bear. What is happening? So, you guys, I was just hanging out in the studio. Just got back from dropping off my granddaughter, and I'm like, you know what? I miss my people. I have to go live. Hello. Penny, thank you so much for sending me the PayPal today. That was so nice. Hey, Bing Frickin' Bong. Hey, Keep It Moving. Hey, Vogue Mod. I was just hanging out, and I'm like, I got to go live and say hi to everybody. I miss you guys so much. I know. Dee. Hello. I know I've been live on J is for Justice. Kind of, not really. Hey, Monica. What's happening? Crack-a-lacka jacka. Hey, Sarah Lee. You're taking a break from your new drum kit. Hang on, let me get the chat pulled up here. I wasn't really prepared. I didn't create a event or anything like that. It's good to see you too, Muggsy. Hey, Desire. All right, let's get your chats pulled up so I can pin them. I know, I missed you guys too. Hey, Crash. So we've been over on J is for Justice streaming the Uvalde trial, and it's really been kind of like, where is my little thing here? This is what the Uvalde trial has been like. Number one, I think it's BS that the trial's even going on. Number two, delay. Number three, boring. Number four, haven't seen any evidence even remotely connecting this dude to being at fault. And it's been over a week. And I am beyond frustrated. Hello, Evelyn Pickwick. What's happening? Hey, Ruth Ann. See, it's been... You missed 4 days on here, and it's like a lifetime. Hi, Auntie Cheryl. I was on J for 2 days and went to the nanny trial. Yeah, it sucks. I don't think I'm going to stream it no more. I've never given up on a trial midway. But, dude, not only is the shit they're talking about, like, completely emotional. Ski Utah, hey. Hey, Paula. But not only is it hard to listen to because they're going on total emotion.
Ski Utah.
Thank you, Serenity. She said, I don't like to chat, but always watching both your channels. Just want to let you know you're my favorite YouTuber. That is so nice. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad you're here. Oh my God. Today my stream was still going. I'm like talking to Kels and Shell and Potato, and I'm like, did I even end the fucking stream today? I can't. I tried, but I can't, says Kels. Hello, Michelle from the state of Washington. All right, hold on. Let me get the chat. Hold up. I get so distracted. So the last stream we did was what? Was it our call-in or? I can't even remember. I feel like it's been a lifetime since I've been away. Maybe just the verdict. Yeah. Or maybe like closings. I don't understand it either. And then like the boss guy that is being charged too. And like the boss guy is going second. So it's like he gets to watch what goes down with this one. You miss me so much. I missed you too, Monica. Hey, Dreams. Hey, Franny. I've missed y'all. I actually listened to Hella in Dolly's conversation with Lori Hellis while I drove my granddaughter to meet I mean, we meet halfway. So, like, she lives like an hour and a half away, maybe almost 2 hours away. And then we meet just south of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. So I got my new Meta glasses, you guys. Do you like them? I don't have, look at, you can see my eyeballs. There's not as much glare. I don't think there's hardly any glare on them. I absolutely love them. I'm so ecstatic. So anyways, I tried out my Metas. I should have emailed myself the videos because I went over the Sunshine Skyway and I videoed it. It's pretty cool. Hey, Paper. Yeah, I know. It is a hard one to watch. I love them too. I highly recommend. I've got the blue light so I don't have all that, you can see my eyes instead of white. I freaking love them. Thank you, Ishi. Listen, so I got them and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like these, but I've got to admit, oh, yeah, go Texans. Hey, Mullins. But I got to admit, I really, really like them. You can set it to like read your texts. So like if you're doing stuff, and the best part of it, get this. This is the bestest. The bestest part. You can listen. I know I sound old. Hey, Galen. You can listen. Am I quiet? Is my mic quiet? And yeah, I'm smoking. Don't judge. They are Ray-Bans, dude. They're cool as fuck. Okay, is that better? Let me know if that's any better. I'm glad you said something, Paula. Because when I recorded a video and it was really low and I was like, that's got to be way louder. Hey, Grow Mama. I miss the late night deep dive streams with Jay. Me too, Cricket. But anyway, you can listen. Like, I've been playing like YouTube and you can listen to it. But no one else can hear it. Can listen to shortwave on those. What do you mean? How do you do that? Are you joking with me? Because I'm kind of a nerd. My tinfoil hat's on the floor over there. It's way better. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My preamp, it has like a power button and it says keep it off, 48 volt or whatever. And I had it off and then it got quiet. So I thought maybe I need it on. So I turned it on and then there was a problem with it on. So I don't know. I've been bouncing around trial watching. New Jersey versus Paul Canero was getting good. The judge was getting PO'd. I don't even know what that is. The au pair, I haven't watched any of that. These have transition lenses in them, so they change. Oh, your old boombox had shortwave. I'm a geek too. But this is for everything. It replaces my sunglasses, my eyeglasses, because I have progressives with astigmatism. So it really replaced everything. My earbuds, it replaced everything. It's really cool, Auntie Cheryl, because all you have to do is wear your glasses and you can listen to music. You can listen to YouTube. It's really quite cool. Cinderella, I have to ask, have you been hearing about the dogs with the Sebastian case? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Can I dive back into that? No. Hey, Toe Beans. Thanks, Auntie Cheryl. They're a little bolder than they look on this camera. Oh, you know what else? Check this out. Thank you, Harmon. Have you ever seen these for when you travel? Yeah, I got them on sale too. I got the version 1s or whatever, generation 1. Look at this. It's got a freaking sleeping mask for traveling. We're just fucking around tonight. This is not anything serious. So if you're expecting serious streaming, you're not getting it. But look, love it. Joel, Cindy, I've been missing you as well. Paul, I've missed you, Paul. Paul was pissed off tonight. You were pissed off. What were you so mad about, Paul? What made you mad tonight? Do you love it? Live captions on the lenses? Oh, wow. You need to get one, Kelsey's. Absolutely. I just don't think I can dive back into that because, well, quite frankly, the decomp, let's go back to the Sebastian question. Decomp smell near a cemetery? I don't know. Jay, did you see the head rooster riding a scooter in Portland? He rode a scooter? I didn't see that, but I did see some of was it Jones in review? Hey, Giselle. I don't know. I've just had a lot on my mind lately. I think there's some things I might address. Thank you, Swanee. You know, I just feel like I have some unfinished business with some people on these streets, and it's not sitting right with me. I don't like unfinished business. I like everything to be out in the open, talked about. I don't like just shoving shit under the rug. Do y'all? Because I just feel like I've got some things to say. Tonight's not the night, but I just feel like I have some things to say. I appreciate that, Swanee. And Judy Lynn, I have missed you guys like tremendously. I was going through withdrawals. Yeah, I mean, when you brought that up, hey, Sin. She says, do it, lady. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Crime. You were hoping I would go there? The SF report to me is bizarre coming out now. For sure. For sure. Like, why would you release that now? Why on God's green motherfucking earth would you release it to you, a Crimson Tide, of all people? I mean, give me a fucking break. And Sebastian's case continues to be a fucking clown show. And, you know, quite frankly, you know, now that you're bringing up Sebastian's case, I've really done a lot of thinking. And I'm just not so sure. I don't know. I've been thinking about different avenues, right? I've been thinking about, like, why is Chris Proudfoot always on a panel? Why? Why was I called out in front of Chris Proudfoot? Why? Why'd they do that to me? Why did they bring me up there under false pretenses? And some of you, the newbies, you may not know what I'm talking about. So this would be like a J for J after dark. Because I got some shit to talk about. I want to know why they confronted me in front of... Yeah, but he has always been on panels. That ain't nothing new. I want to know why I was confronted in front of the stepfather of a missing child. Number one, I just have some questions. I have some things that are unfinished in my head. A lot of things have played over and over. Skolnick thinks that you told CP to apologize to her? Get the fuck out of here. Skolnick, I don't give a fuck who apologizes to you. You are the worst person on the planet. Like, I was so nice to you, lady. I was so fucking nice to her. Like, beyond nice to her. What's up, Ausane? Well, this was right before HTC shit hit the fan. So the timing was impeccable. I mean, Because not only have I not liked HTC for a very long time and side-eyed, especially that John. Yeah, can we just get back to Brad Pitt? But the timing of it allowed me to kind of step out of one shit show and move on from it. You have every right to those questions. I mean, so there were people that I kind of ran, I don't know what you'd call it. Like, you don't say I really hung out with them, but I kind of liked, the rotation. We kind of all played off each other. It was a nice little group. Now, do I like everyone who was in that little rotation? Fuck no. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay? So, as time went on, I did this like drama thing. I'd never like even stepped into any drama or crama. I've always just done true crime on my other channel. Always. Very serious. Albeit boring. It was so serious, right? And then I hopped over here and I was able to be myself. I was able to talk about my feelings, my thoughts, my opinions without worrying, because when you do that in true crime, you got to be careful and shit. So I come over here, I find, a comfort spot for me. And I don't know where I was even going with that, but it just was weird. It was just like we had like, a little rotation. I don't know what else you'd call it. And a certain creator got on my nerves. Got on my nerves with the way she did things. The way that she would bring out Granny's court things and, just backhanded, underhanded shit, right? And I guess I had enough of the backhanded, underhanded shit. And I voiced it in a chat. And as soon as I voiced it in a chat, I was like, oh, fuck, I don't need that drama from this person. So I deleted it. And then this person came to me and was like, Jack, did you say I was a snake? And I was like, no, because I didn't want to deal with Jack's fucking bullshit, right? I didn't want this fucking outrage. I just wanted to fucking go away. Go away. That's all I wanted. So I said, nope, sure didn't. Now, you don't know him. I'm just venting. If you don't want to hear me vent, I understand. So anyway, I said nah, because I didn't want the shit. Anyways, then I saw that Elevated Truth was having a live stream about Sebastian. This is the thing that pisses me the fuck off. Sebastian theories. So I switched over to like my old YouTube channel, which was like had my dogs on it and stuff. And I changed it to BJ's Melted Marshmallow. And I went in and I asked Elevated Truth why he made up the scenario in his fucked up head that Sebastian's mom and him were having a relationship and that she was pregnant. That's why I asked, because that's fucked up. I wanted to know if his conversations with the proud feet made him think that, or if it came from his effed up head. And I went in there under a fake name and I said, hey, what about your theory, dude? Did that come from a conversation or did that come from your head? And he said it came from my head. And I was out. I didn't say anything more. That's it. That's all. Okay? I just wanted to know if it came from his fucked up head. Because I'm telling you, from the day he came on this YouTube as the Black Care Bear, he's reinvented himself like 5 fucking times. Right, it's not even my theory. He's gross. He's gross. And then he's talking about BJ's kids. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Gross. Red flags. And then, oh, She had an alt. She had an alt. Oh, God. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Please. They sit over there like they're all fucking perfect, right? So then they do researching for like a week and they're like, oh my God, it's Jay's alt. Jay's the one that came into Elevated Truths and asked the question about Sebastian. She's doing this. No, not me. Not me. Didn't come from my head. I didn't go in there and make that up. I didn't go in there and make that up. Mm-mm. So he can kiss my ass. So then they get the stepfather of Sebastian up on Queen Bee's panel. I'm over live doing some kind of fucking Coburg or some kind of bullshit. And Jack says, she only got 250 people in there. She'd come over here and explain herself. Right? So I get a text from Granny's watching this says, oh my God, did you make an alt with Cluminati's ex as the photo? And I was like, no. She's like, well, that's what you're being accused of. You better come over and defend yourself. So I leave my live stream to come over here to explain to Cluminati that I didn't make a fucking name with her ex's picture, right? Then all of a sudden, it's not the ex's picture. It's the BJ's Melted Marshmallow asking Truth why he's got a fucked up thought in his head like that out of nowhere. I'm the fucking bad guy, right? So they call me over on this panel. I get up there to defend myself, and they bring Chris Proudfoot up. Total setup. Total setup. Oh, Clue's so mad you used her. Didn't even look at the motherfucking picture. It wasn't her ex. I know some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. I apologize. But enough is a fucking enough, dude. I mean, dumb. Clearly a setup, right? And then there's people around here who have no fucking spine. No fucking spine. I can't say I'm your friend. You fuck with Jay. You don't come over here. I can't do it. I can't say you're my friend. Get the fuck out of here. It was all planned, all a setup. They've all moved on. No one was ever friends with anyone. They can all fuck directly off. One day I will pull up the panel where I got called out in front of Chris Proudfoot. Welcome in and welcome back. Oh, yeah, nonsense. I know who? Jay who? Oh, my God. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I don't even want to understand why at this point, Beans. I just feel like I need to get shit off my chest. You know what I mean? Because that was fucking dirty. That was dirty, you know? And I never did one thing to Cluminati, not one motherfucking thing. And she went, it's my turn. It's my turn. Right? They went live and bashed me for like 5 fucking hours or whatever it was. Like, fuck you. And then, oh, why is she talking about me? I don't talk about her bitch ass. I don't talk her bitch ass. Shelby, what are you talking about? Notice how you're not blocked? The Shanann Watts bashing Jay came back. Never thought I'd see the day. But everyone else has a fucking problem. Give me a fucking break. I will fuck directly off for you. Feel free to block. Pray. Huh? Shelby, I don't know what the fuck I ever did to you. Other than thank you and talk to you in chat. I don't know other than that what the fuck I ever did to you. But guess what? I'm in a mood, so tell me. I'm here for it. I'm definitely here for it. Hey, Flannel. They said you were working with Beej. Yeah. There's too many moving pieces. There's too many moving pieces to this. I don't know anything. I don't know what Jay did or didn't do. Jay said stuff back in 2019. Oh my God. 2019? You're bringing up 2019 when y'all are doing this shit current day? They do, Galen. They do. Bella says, I was there and it was dirty. I was new to QB then and I was done after that. I don't blame you. They'll eat each other alive if when it comes down to it. Hey, Dental Lori. What's up, Dental? In this sector, there's too many moving pieces in this sector. Jay who? Jay who? I don't know Jay. Oh, that Jay? Oh, I talked to her about content. I wouldn't say we're friends. Okay. They're all brainwashed. When you sit back and listen, they're no better than... No, they're not. They're worse than everybody else. They're worse than everybody else. Because, I mean, how can you support truth? And Shelby, you ain't going to get blocked. Watt's situation is horrendous. Who could defend him? I don't know. Do you think I defended him? Why are you guys so hung up on Watts? Do you guys think that Shanann's personality was a little different? Don't you think that her social media posts were like the first we had ever seen ever? Excuse the fuck out of me for judging a personality. Good God. And I didn't defend Chris Watts. I thought he was telling the truth about his first confession. Sue me for it. Fuck. People can't get over the fact that in 2018, I believed Chris Watts' first confession. Holy shit. It's all they have. You can voice your opinions on anything, but you don't have to be so rude. I didn't do anything to you, Shelby. What are you mad at me for? What do you not like me for? Because I exposed Truth's disgusting thought? That's not my problem. Her Facebook was weird. And it was the first time we had ever seen that in a crime. The massive amount of social media, the MLM shit, the fake, hi guys, it was all fake. I didn't know Shanann personally. How can I do anything bad to her memory when I didn't know her? I didn't know her. So hold that against me. Can we go from 2018? Can we move forward? I mean, YouTube lives were brand new when I started covering the Watts case. YouTube lives were brand new. Hey, true crime and other stuff. This is what happens when you watch a boring trial that shouldn't have. You're right. You're right. But I've been thinking about it. I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm sorry, Lisa. I thought you were a different Lisa. I apologize. There's a lot of Lisas. Yeah, something was off, and I don't know what it was. I don't know. My husband and I had a really long discussion about the Watts case last night, and it's just wild how we can sit there and have like this deep, long conversation still to this day. I love looking back at people's pages and seeing how they evolved. Me too. I don't like someone who died. That doesn't mean you want her to die. Right. Never said she deserved it or, shit like that. Fuck that. I don't think like that. I don't talk like that. I see you, Lisa. I apologize. If you were here, I would literally bend down and kiss your feet right now. Thank you, Cinderella. And I'm sorry this turned into event stream. I'm not mad. I just feel like there's things that I never got to clear my name in. And just things that I've thought through. Ooh, this is This will deter the conversation from the shitbags of YouTube. Oh, and if anybody knows Sinner, does anybody in here know Sinner? If you know Sinner, I want to review one of his videos, but I don't want him to strike me. So if someone could ask Sinner if he cares. Do you think Nicole had anything to do with it, or was it solely Chris? That was what we talked about last night. I really do think that she had emotional, like, over him. You are one of the few creators who, when you make a mistake, judging a suspect that is admitted a mistake. Most people are like Laura, never admit to mistakes. I'll always say when I'm wrong. I'm not too good to be or proud to be wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong as long as you learn from it. I'm so sorry, Lisa. Really, I am. I do that a lot, man. Be careful, true crime. What's up, Swampside? And thank you, Cinderella, for 8 months. Thank you so much. I do too. He actually makes sense. He actually is not the monster that QB paints him to be. I listened to him independently and gave my own opinion, and I don't think he's anything like she describes. I don't know why she describes him the way she does, because he's very polite. He seems like a nice dude. I mean, consider the source. I don't know if she agreed with. Oh, Renee, we're going to talk about this right the fuck now. Here we go. Renee Valentine, no clue who you are, never seen you in my chat, never saw you back in 2021, but you got lots to say. Let's read your comment. Remember the trip with Lana on Ronnie Watt's dime? My trip wasn't with Lana. I paid for my own flight. I had my own room. The only trip that was on Ronnie Watt's dime was fucking Lana Oriani's. Ronnie Watts didn't pay for shit of my trip, okay? I didn't go to the public defender's office either. Not sure where you got that. And ditched her to party with the husband? Shameful. So I ditched Lana, who was scamming the Watts, when I figured that out when I was there, that she had a scam going and wanted them to refinance their fucking house at their age to pay for a lawyer for Chris. Yeah. You know what I did? I went and hung with my husband. How shameful of me, Renee Valentine. Get the fuck out of here. Come back when you know the fucking story. Okay? How about that? Come back when you know the fucking story. Ask your girl Lana why she showed up to the fucking lawyer's office in silver jeans that were ripped at the fucking cuffs. Ask her that. Miss fucking professional who told me I was going to film at the lawyer's office. Never had permission to film at any lawyer's office. What a shit show. What a fucking scam. Get out of here, dumbass. I'm really sorry, Lisa. I mean, I really couldn't say sorry enough. No, it's fucking bullshit, man. These cunts think they can come in here and say that shit to me. You know, it's like, no, I didn't. Ronnie Watts didn't pay for my trip. I paid for my trip. I would never let Ronnie Watts ever pay for a trip for me. Are you kidding me? Carl Ferguson, it's good to see you, my man. He says, everyone says you hate men. Why? What? Who says I hate men? But you were always kind and respectful to me. And later on, anytime you mentioned Seth, you always gave me a shout out. You're always welcoming. Sure, of course. Yeah, she's truth and transparency. She set up a nonprofit. She signed the Watts names to it electronically without their permission. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. That's what happened. I didn't do anything. I didn't fucking have him pay for anything of mine, nor would I. And if I want to party with my husband, I will. Who the fuck are you to come in here and say, oh, you're shameful? What's shameful is ripping off the family of a fucking victims, right? That's what's shameful. Thank you, Cinderella, for your super chat. You're shameful. You hung out with your husband instead of Lana Oriani. Get out of here. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. Thank you, Pines, for 18 months. She says, shake it up, baby. Let loose. Love ya. Well, geez. Enough is enough, man. Am I remembering correctly, says Dental Lori, that NK was there the night Crest was putting her body in the truck? No, people said they saw it, but I think that was like fabricated. Moments in trading. I know. I think my audience is like 90% female. Yeah, and then you got these people, they're in my Discord. And then they're sharing it on their damn channels as content. Look what Jay said about us, Jack. Jay called you fat, Jack. It's like, okay. You are? Am I supposed to like you after you threw me under the bus? Am I supposed to say good things about you? No, I don't think I am. I feel like fucking Rodney Dangerfield tonight. Just letting it all out. I think that NK, this is just my thoughts. I think she was going in the back, parking in the back where the new subdivision was being built. And I think she was crossing over. We got a cooter chat. Or no, we got a Kels for 18 months is what we got. Thank you so much, Kels. Wow. Pines and Kels, 18 months. And Cinderella, 8. So anyways, I think that she would park in the back and then go in that window, you know, where the bed was. Lori. Dental Lori's like, what happened to Jay? I'm sick of these people, dude. I actually enjoy listening to Sinner. I do too. He was misportrayed by Queen, I can't even call her that. Like, I just can't. Yeah, she thinks Brian Koberger's innocent, blame the roomies, blame the friends, all that. But the fact that she signed their names electronically. Jay recently came up. What? Beans? What are you talking about? Oh, Buzzy? What are we doing now? Looking at court records? Is that what they're gonna do? We're gonna show court records. You know why, Carl? Because they had to get me out of the rotation. That's why. No more, no less. No more, no less. Don't think that Clue didn't have that planned, right? She dressed up as me for Halloween and made fun of me. Talked about my dirty hair. Okay. He was, toe beans. It's not fair. Thank you, Canvas, for 5 cooterships. Yeah, I guess they're looking into court records now. Okay. You gonna put out my court records? Clue and Cletus? Is that all you got? Is that all you got? What a couple of bums. What a couple of bums. Bring it out. Bring it out, people. You ain't got nothing else. FYI, nobody cares. Buzzy doesn't like anybody. I don't even think she likes herself. Would you? I mean, let's be for real, y'all. Fuck. I'm sick of this shit. People tiptoeing around. Not being honest. I learned my lesson. I called her a snake in a chat, deleted it, and lied about it. And you know what? I wouldn't do that again. I would say, yeah, I think you are. I think you are a snake. I think you don't have anybody's best interests out but your own. No, I did not get a new mic. I have different covers. Checky. Look, I got a pink one, and I've got a gray fuzzy one, and I've got my red one. Jammers actually got me my red one. Thank you so much, Snazzy Trinkets, for 20 cooterships. Look at all those new cooters. Thank you so much. No, it's all good, Beans. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, if they want to do that, go right ahead. What does that say about me? Nothing. But it says a whole lot about them. But do it, lady. Anyways, what else is on the minds? Thank you guys for your memberships tonight. Hey, Mama Bear. Jessica, what do you mean? What did you miss? Nothing. We're just chit-chatting over here. We're smoking cigarettes, and getting cooterships. Legs are wide ass open. We got Snazzy coming in hot with 12 months.
Thank you for your support.
She wanted to cover Lauren and didn't want you covering. You think? You think that's what it was? Giselle, thank you for gifting 5. 5 more coming in hot for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Just help a brother out.
Sarah Lee, wide open with 11 months in Cooterville tonight. Thank you so much. Who's in the line of all that bad snow? Where you at, GSD? Where you at, GSD? Carl. Numbers. The word of the day is numbers, and it appears yours are increasing. We're moving on up, moving on up.
Just help a brother out here.
I did catch Lorianne Hella. I listened to it while I was driving. Chasing Fireflies, welcome into Cooterville. Come on in and close your old legs. Actually, you can keep them open tonight.
That fuck 'em up.
You're getting slammed with snow in Cleveland. Thank you, Ostrich. It's cold here. Look at me. I got a hoodie on. What did Carl say? You guys are all clapping at Carl. I've actually missed seeing Carl. We haven't talked about Seth lately, though. Sounds like the people attacking you on here have been bamboozled by someone with the same tactics as Lauren. As a new member, I appreciate your honesty and willingness to stand up for yourself. Thank you, Psychwise. Thank you, Psychwise. Typically, I, let things just roll, but this really bothered me. This was like a group effort. And then when push came to shove, it was like
just help a brother out.
Everybody just turned their back on me. And like, I just can't get down with people like that. Like, people like that, that's fucked up. Fuck people like that. I mean, you ain't got to be best friends. But to bring the stepdad of Sebastian Rogers into it, and you're saying I'm the one disparaging Sebastian's name by bringing up a theory that Gross Truth had in his own head? Get out of here. None of that makes sense. Oh, you're disparaging Sebastian. Oh, okay. But you're going to bring Chris Proudfoot up on your panel and talk about dildos with him. Sounds classy. Sounds like something I would talk about the stepfather of Sebastian with. Dildos. Sex. The weight of another female. Yeah, I would talk about all those things with him. Get the fuck out. You and Granny always had a good panel together. Yeah, they didn't like that either, did they? You fuck with Jay, you don't come over here. Well, Granny made her decision, didn't she? Because the big old biggin bully. Cleveland, Ohio loves Jay. Jess Mess, thank you for becoming a member today. Appreciate that.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
I enjoy being in Cooterville. Me too. I know, Evelyn. It was a mess. Strange to dress up as the father of a missing child. Yeah. The humor is not something I understood. Cleveland Cooters in the house. Thank you, Jess. I'm renewing after Canvas and Crime sent me a cootership last month. Wow, that's cool. Thank you for sticking around. I got to agree, Auntie Cheryl. I don't disagree with that. That was probably the most disappointing out of the whole thing. They made sure to push you and GW apart. Yep, they sure did. They sure did. Did you hear GW and barbecue fighting? Yep. They'll eat each other alive. They will eat each other alive. But I had no idea that behind the scenes she was, she was my friend, but then behind the scenes she was saying I was going over her time slot and shit. Like, dude, I don't play that. I don't play that. Just because you go live in the morning doesn't mean you own the morning time slot, okay? We all can go live whenever the hell we want. Right, Carl, and that's exactly what makes no sense, right? Because I was brought up on QB's panel to address Clue's ex's picture in the whatever, my alt. So then when I went up and said, no, it's not him. Well, then that wasn't good enough. I still had to be a POS, and it was, oh no, it's the fact that you I don't even know what it was. I don't even care. All I know is it was really, 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 really set up and stupid. Oh, right. And then Chris jumps in. You guys need to be nicer to each other. What? What are you doing? I don't understand that. And that's what's making me sus. That's what's making me think, why is this dude still getting on this panel? And if you really wanted to find your kid for awareness, would you go to that channel? Fuck no. Fuck no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't go to that channel. You go to that channel when you want to set a narrative. That's why people go to QB's panel for true crime, when they want to set a narrative. Just like that Quentin Simon's grandmother, right? Setting a narrative. Sister of the Moon, what's up? Thank you, squirrels. I'm a straight shooter, dude, and I ain't gonna hide behind no damn picture, right? I'm not gonna put up a picture of a fucking insect and say, here's me, believe everything I say, and fuck off to anybody else who doesn't like us. But I'm gonna have just a picture up. No, fuck that. You owe your audience more than that. Thank you, Dental Lottie. My crocheted ones. Snazzy. She says, honestly, GW has no loyalty to anyone. As her texts continue to be leaked out, her patterns do not lie. Wow. We have another shooting tonight involving ICE. Oh my gosh. Where at, Higgins? Thank you, Canvas and Crime. She says, bingo. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
I would have been pissed at Truth if I was Chris. I don't understand. I don't understand either. I don't understand. But I will sit here and say, ask me anything. And I'm looking at you. I mean, I'm looking into a camera, but I'm looking at you and I'm answering you. And I don't know, Sinner has showed some receipts. I've seen the police reports. Hey, Quid. GW stands for Granny's Watching. Oh my God, I lit a cigarette and never smoked it. Don't judge. Jealousy. Hey, jealousy. The guy was hitting ICE agents with a shovel. Oh, Lord. Not good. Minneapolis has gone crazy. Hey, Jay, I like all of us cooters. Me too. Me too. And I'm the only creator on YouTube that's ever made an alt to ask a question. Oh my God. That's such a bad thing to do. So horrible. God. Kick her off YouTube. Cancel her today. When I saw the police report on Sinners, I was like, what? She lied to us all. Yep, she sure did. And she kept the narrative going about Sinner so no one would watch him. So I say, go Sinner, go Sinner, go Sinner. How do you think the ex got in the Tuppy's home? Guess what? We're going to have a call-in show on J for J Friday night live. Call in. We're going to talk about theories. I don't know. I'm thinking that he either guessed the code, knew the code, tried the code. I don't know. I love drinking out of my fuck directly off mug every day with Jay. How does one get more merch? I think if you type swag or merch or shop. Yes, Paul, unfortunately.
He's like this little pussy.
Did you guys see? Let's change the subject. Enough about those idiots. Listen. He has. I'll answer any questions Sinner has. I'll answer any questions he has. I will say that I like Clue, Cletus, and GW very much, so I'm feeling awkward, but the truth is the truth. You don't have to feel awkward, Carl. We do have merch. Did it come up? We have Cooterville merch, y'all. But I don't think that's the link. Hold on. Hang on. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. I'll give you guys the link merch. The merch link, I mean. It's streamlabs.com/J is for justice /merch. I thought I fixed the command, but now I don't remember what the heck I made it. So here is the merch link. Check it out. You had to quit. I know. I really enjoy smoking as well. Christina Wags, I'm glad you're here. I don't know if we have cooter cups yet. We have a lot of stuff. We have mugs. I don't think we have cooter cups. Do we?
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Ark says the Cooterville merch is awesome. I'm a repeat buyer. Very nice quality clothing. It is very nice quality. I will say that. It's definitely really nice. And it's reasonably priced. I have Stay Back 500 feet unless you're a Cooter merch. That's the latest drop. Sippy cups for Osane. Shelby, I'm still struggling with it, clearly. I mean, I don't think I did anything to deserve what happened. I really don't. And then when that wasn't enough, then they dug up texts from 2019. And I'm sure there's a lot of things that Buzzy did in 2019 when she was a mod for Critical K and they were digging on people's real lives. I'm sure there's a lot of shit she did back in 2019 that she's not so proud of either. But hey. See, that's the wrong one, Kels. That's the wrong. Delete that. Those are the wrong merch links. That doesn't work. Yeah, no one is upset if you like them. Some people do like them. I don't care. Anders, little scrotum. My scrotum.
Fuck directly off.
I think, Carl, that's great advice. I think the most important thing is to think for yourself, and that becomes difficult when influenced, especially when you have people saying that I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, and I didn't. I admitted to what I did. I didn't do anything disparaging to Sebastian. Nothing disparaging to Sebastian. Thank you, Paul. Total setup. Total setup. And then putting shit out. Oh, she talked bad about Shanann Watts. Yeah, I totally did judge her videos and the MLM selling and all of that. Yeah, I did. Sure did. Sure did. It is hard to understand. If you don't understand it, there's a clear reason for it. And that's what's so frustrating, right? Is like people like Shelby. We had fun. We never had any problems. I never had a problem with you, Shelby, ever. And then I go in to Truth's stream when he's having a Sebastian's Theory under an alt because I want to know if that nasty theory came from that man's head. And when I found out that it did, because he said, yeah, I'll answer your question. He answered it. There was no problem for a whole week after he answered the question. Right? So then they started digging into who asked the question? Who asked the question? Who gives a fuck? Who cares who asked the question? Did it come from your head? Yes, he said it did. That's all I wanted to know. I never used the alt in there again. I had one purpose and one purpose only. I got my answer. And the fact that it came from his head, that he thought there was a relationship going on between a son and the mother, tells me he is in no mental condition to be on this platform covering any children's cases or even talking about children. Okay? If you could come up with that kind of thought in your head, there's something fucking wrong. You need help. You need to talk through why that would come up in your brain. Because I just wanted to know if Chris or Katie said something to him that made him believe that. Because that's a pretty messed up thought. Do you not think it is? That's not a normal thought. It's not normal. Carl says, hell, I could have told you that it was Truth's Theory over a year ago. Right. It's wild. It's insanity. It's insanity. That kind of thought is just not normal. And everything leads back to that kind of stuff with him. It's gross. I'm sure you weren't the only one wanting to know if it was his own thought. Right. Who thinks like that? Stay away from missing kids cases, dude, if that's where your mind goes. Because there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. And I don't care who repeats this, who plays this, who reviews it. That is sick. And that's why I asked. So why the subs got mad at me, I don't know. Don't you want to know why a man that you watch on YouTube thinks that there was a relationship like that between Sebastian and his mom? You want to keep supporting that? You don't want to ask questions? I mean, that's yikes. I don't know.
These nuts.
I just can't get behind weird shit like that. Sorry, not sorry. There's a kid missing. I know, Shelby, it was horrible. It felt like that for me, too. It felt like that for me, too. I went to Austin. I come back. Then Clue's dressing up like me for Halloween, making fun of me. No, it wasn't funny, and it wasn't done in a cute manner. It was disparaging, and it was rude, is what it was. And they can look up all the court dockets they want. I don't give a fuck. Put it out, Cluminati. People will eventually see through you, just like they did when you had to come over from your little buddy JP, whatever the fuck his name is. TJ, whatever. What's that guy's name? Her and Julia, the dog handler, in there at the same time before Sebastian went missing. And we're all just supposed to forget about that one, huh? Let's just forget about that. Forget about the fact that Julia, the fake dog handler, and Cluminati were hanging out in JB Gunners before Sebastian went missing. But they don't know each other. No. Nope. No connection there. None at all. We're just going to act like that never happened. We'll just pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, just a coincidence. His chats are just so big. It's just a coincidence. Shortcake Girl, thank you for your super chat. $10, thank you. New to Cooterville, I love all your lives. You are the first thing I go to in the morning. Dude, that is so nice. Thank you so much. And Shelby, you are always welcome here. I don't care if you're in Clues and Queens and Grannies and nonsense. I don't give a fuck where else you go. You're more than welcome to be here. But the thing is, I'm glad you're here because I didn't do anything to you. Like, I didn't do anything to deserve what they did to me. We're all screwed up, every single one of us. Every single one of us. How come certain people are taboo? Have you noticed that the people who are trash talking you are the ones that are trash talking everybody else? Sure, absolutely. Calissa, I'm glad you're here too. Said all the way open, Betty Nights. I just have never gotten into the krama, and that was me getting into the krama and then getting out of the krama. I really enjoy doing the reviews over here. I am glad that it helped me find my voice to be able to voice my opinions and stuff like that. But that whole gig is not for me. I mean, they've been doing this for years, y'all, years. Years and years and years. And just because I don't like a creator doesn't mean I wish ill on them. Right, it's stupid. You miss Bajingo. Hey, Newfie, I'm all over the streets. I love everyone. I just don't like HTC coverage. She irritates me. Fair. You know, at first, Jay, I thought maybe you just roast people for hire. LOL, you're so good at it. Yeah, no. Nope. I am for hire, though, if anybody wants to hire me for something. I don't know what you'd hire me for, but... It's me, Pretty in Pink, member for 9 months. Cooters forever. Thank you so much. Who can we make fun of? Make fun of who? Oh, you were around for the CK stuff? Oof. Bajingo was getting old. It was fun, but I feel really bad about it now. Oh, I don't feel bad at all about it. I don't feel bad about it at all. I mean, oh no, it was a plan, Shelby. Something like that doesn't even make sense and being blown up like that is got to be a plan. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it because did you ever wonder, Shelby, why they didn't grant me a call? Why they didn't grant me the courtesy of a phone call or a text? I mean, I know for a fact when I talked to Granny's watching, she told me that she asked these people who were against me to get on a call and prove to her certain things. And they never did. They never did. So
Fuck directly off.
that's what I say. I'm about being upfront. You know, if you're going to call me up on a panel in front of Chris Proudfoot, but you won't have a fucking call behind the scenes, nah. Can I hire you to broadcast at my next show in Tampa? Do you need a broadcaster? Of course, you don't have to hire me. I would be happy to do it. What would I do? What am I announcing? They didn't speak to me in private because they didn't want to. That's why. They didn't want to. I don't feel bad about Bajingo, but I think things are going too far with her boys. Of course they are. Of course they are. Trial tourist. What's the backstory with Lana? I wasn't around then. Yeah, me too, Quid. Backstory with Lana. Man, there's... I don't know where to even start. Yeah, it was pretty wild. And then for them to go and say, like, Queen's like, you about Kramit or whatever. You badgered her. We didn't badger her. We asked her questions. You ambushed her. Crackerjacks, I've been ambushed once by a group of people. It's horrible. Yeah, I think it's weird that anybody would talk about people's kids like that. And for Truth to talk about her kids' buttholes, that's fucking weird, dude. That guy's a fucking weirdo. Thank you, Northern Beans, for 5 more cooterships. The family trees. Yeah. Talking about her kids' buttholes. Y'all still follow him? That's wild as fuck. Diane, if you don't know, it's not even worth looking into. But seriously, why is he talking about her kids' buttholes? Y'all think that's normal? Y'all think that's normal for a dude to come on YouTube and talk about a female, a mother's kids' buttholes? I'm glad we're having it too, Toe Beans, because I have as well. Like, why? How can you support that? How can you? I need to know how you get behind someone who talks about another creator's kids' buttholes in any fashion. In any world, is that okay? In any world, is it okay to say that a missing kid had a sexual relationship with his mother and got her pregnant? Is any world, is that normal? What are we accepting and what are we not accepting, people? Are we accepting this disgusting behavior? Why? And why? It's sick. Then you got these videos that come out where he's running around in his underwear with his underwear pulled down at a kid's water park. What is going on? Why is this person supported? But I used an alt. I used an alt. Oh. Thank you, Paul Sorensen. Oh, you're right. It's not normal. Look at Diane. She's like, I don't even know who that is. That's fucked up. Mm-mm. Yeah, there was no private calls, Shelby, because it was planned. It was planned. People don't do people like that. Right? They all talk behind the scenes. They all make the little phone calls. I didn't get one. Look at, see, people don't even know them. And they're saying that. Look at that. Sounds like a PDF. It's gross. It's nasty. Hey, Bossy, thank you for being the 200th like. Oh, no, he did this on TikTok and then they surface later. They surface later and literally shows his butt cheeks. He's at a fucking water park punching the kids' spray things. Telling you, man, you got to be careful on these streets.
God almighty.
Ski Utah.
Thank God I missed the glare modding. Da-da-da-da-da. No, I can't stand him either. Good night, Gigi. Thank you for coming in tonight. I know, it's insane stuff. I'm not making it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ignoring this stuff anymore. I'm 2026. I have my New Year's resolution. It's a little late. But my New Year's resolution is to no longer, as a woman, ignore perversion or inappropriate things when they're in my face on this platform. And I don't know, maybe the guys in here won't like that, but that's my New Year's resolution this year, is to call out things and hopefully give women the strength to call out that shit too. No matter who the creator is, no matter it wasn't an argument, Shelby. No one argued. No one even talked to me to argue. I was ambushed in front of Chris Proudfoot. Jay, have you seen the short video Shady posted on Truth? I don't think so. No, I'm for real. I'm sick of seeing all this perverted shit, and like, we're just supposed to accept it, right? We're just supposed to blindly accept it because of certain creators. Oh, because we like the creator. I don't like seeing that kind of stuff. I see it all the time. I could actually bring up something right now, but it probably won't gain me a lot of fan base, if you will. Thank you, Harmon. That's why I'm after Dr. John. Yeah, Dr. John's one of them. Everything's sexual. He's one of them, too. That's why I never liked him. Jay, it's official. You are 50. You're not going to put up shit. Yeah, I don't either, Betsy. I think that's terrible. There's certain things that I just don't think should be accepted. I don't know. There's things on here that currently I have my eye on, and I'm not going to call it out just yet. But there's a few things I'm watching. And in this year, I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't care about, oh, it's a certain creator, it's a certain creator's panel. I'm done. I'm tired of seeing pervs. I'm just so sick of it, man. And what happened to me because Elevated Truth is a perv? Fuck that, man. It's not fair. Is it Elevated Truth Podcast Throwback Monday? Is that the one, Sin? Ugh, God, I can hardly even watch him. He makes me want to hurl. Okay. Sin, this is all Sin's fault that I'm bringing this up, by the way. It's all her fault. Okay, let's see. Is that what it's called, Sin? If you see something, say something. Oh my gosh, I'm in menopause. Forgive and forget are no longer in my vocabulary. Maybe it's that too. Hey, Gracie. Gray Hughes had a Wheel of Fortune where you could win a mug that said freak. Did she say it is? Okay. Anyways, all right, here we go, Sin. This is for you. This is dumb as fuck. Is this it? No, it's not vile, Betsy. I would never do that. I would never show you something vile. That is him? I can't believe I'm even watching this. Okay, hold on. This is it? Okay. Stop it. He's wearing jorts? What is going on in this video? This is the guy who had the fucking theory. I can't. What the hell? That is from TikTok?
Nothing I do, nothing you do is going to change the fact that they are just legitimate pieces of shit.
Okay.
I also want to show you something really awesome. You see this thing in front of me? It's called a camera. And 98% of the time, I'm in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
I say what I want to say while you're looking at me so you can look into my eyes, you can see my face.
Yeah, but you're a pathological liar. You're somebody that enjoys that. Like, you want people to look in your eyes, and you know you're lying
Hey,
to them, and
Crusher.
you still get what you expect. You like that shit. That's why you do this. Not because you want to look pretty on the camera like me.
You know? And y'all hide behind emojis and fake pictures and 15-year-old pictures and, you know? Why is it?
Yeah, doesn't Buzzy hide behind 15-year-old mugshots? Asking for a friend. Anyway, thanks for that, Sin. Ugh. Will I recover from that is the question. Oh, he traveled there, Meg. He traveled there for content. Boo Boo's Roo. Bo Boo's Roo. I think you have an excellent BS detector. Excellent instincts that a lot of subs miss. We have some creepy creators covering crime or even excusing criminals. Yes. Yes. This is someone who gets me. You get me. There's so many creepy motherfuckers out there. My radar goes off all the time. Something we'll never be able to unsee again. I'm sorry. Did they all forget that he was standing up for BHB when he came over to YouTube? Did everybody forget that when he came over to YouTube, he had everybody thinking he was a cop? He told Granny's watching he was a crime scene a crime scene investigator, dude. He shut his channel down for a second time because of the love of his wife that lasted 72 hours. That'd be the third time because he came up first with the black Care Bear. Then he came back as his dumb self. Then he rebranded again. No, that would be the fourth time. And then he left because of his wife and then came back and then went to Portland. I think Clue and Jones's looks like sisters. No, they don't. I don't think they do at all. He couldn't handle Oregon weed. He's already asking for another sub-paid trip. Where are we going next? Oh, Lord have mercy. The thousands of autopsies he's done. Yeah, he told Granny he was a crime scene investigator. True crime is so true. Difficult research. How are you? He claims he's a medical examiner too. Guy's a fucking idiot. He's a lying liar who lies. Everyone climbing out of the gutter on these streets. That's right, Marine Mom. You got to be careful out here. You can't just blindly follow. Hey, Vivian P. Good to see you, girl. Under pressure. BHB repeated that. Yeah, remember when BHB had her... Listen to this, y'all. Remember when BHB had her subs? Grandson, I think, get in one of those pickle bags? Oh, yeah, let Clue pay for his next trip. She claims she's so rich, with holes in her ceiling, leaking pool, and a dirty turlet. Rich. Since when do people come on here and talk about that they're rich? It's so stupid. It's like the stupidest thing ever. Parasocial media has made me parasympathetic. I feel like calling yourself elevated truth is like saying you're authentic. Yeah, when people, you got to really look at people's names on these streets too. Some people's names tell you a lot about them in themselves. Like if you look at difficult research, like her name is so fitting, right? It tells you really, what she's here for. She's here for the difficult research. Then you've got someone like Elevated Truth. Hey, Felicia, good to see you, girl. True crime. We find out they're hiding a lot. Their names sometimes tell on who they are. Vanished and corrupt. I mean, that's not a name that you're going to give yourself if you're on the up and up. In my opinion. Crazy Sniper Marine Mom, my name is straight fact. Do it, lady. Those that don't have a lot of money talk about it all the time. Well, new money people do talk about it a lot. But I don't know. Rich is just, it's really immature, really. I mean, that's how kids talk in school. My parents are rich. Right, true crime and other stuff. Oh, you're good, horsewoman. You're not missing much. It's just the hump day vent sesh. Just a little old hump day vent sesh for all of us. Hidden True Crime says it all. Yeah, I mean, when they tell you who they are, listen to them. For sure. I took Friday off, so today is my Thursday. Oh, well, happy weekend. Yeah, let me see. I'll tell you which one it is. I'll have to find it. There was one in particular, yes, that I did want to cover. But unfortunately, I don't see all of his lives. I think it might be the pack of lunch. Let me see.
None of that's my problem.
It's this one.
Bitches.
Yeah, well, Lana. I mean, that explains a lot. Lana says he's innocent.
She's just a pathological liar. On top of everything else, supporting racism and,
that shit every
abusing her own
fucking
children.
time.
I mean,
Jack.
I'm not going to repeat myself. She's garbage. White trash ass human being.
I mean, he's just spitting truths, man. I can't say that he's not. Oh, Jay, you should go over the HTC. Is that the one that Jolene went over?
Well, she shared her boyfriend's social security number.
I mean, there's Nana. All right. So that's Queen Bee still doing the useless garbage fucking gutter ass bullshit that she always does. Now let's have a look and see what Cluminati's been up to, shall we? We'll do part of the show.
Wait, maybe this isn't the one. Hold on.
Whenever a human being that we have to be thinking about this.
It wasn't this one. Hang on. It might have been the one before this. I'll have to find it.
I'll see it.
I don't know, but
I think it's this one.
Laugh your way out of it. Whoa.
It's this one. It's this one. It's the Camel's Back. It's called the Camel's Back. No, I'm asking if anybody knows him, if they can ask him if he, would strike me. But yeah, that's the one right there. Oh yeah, truth and transparency. Yeah, I mean, it's the complete opposite. Oh, I don't think Joneson and Clue look alike at all. Good night, Beans. Thank you for all your support. I'd like to vent about someone in particular. Her name starts with a G. Who? Gray? Gray? Okay, so what I want to know is, what do you guys want to cover tomorrow? So you guys get to choose because you're here. I'm not ready for the big reveal. I have a big reveal that's in the works, but I have to edit some videos. I have to redact some numbers or some names. So, he does, Rhonda. I think it's polite to ask. I don't think that he would. I'm not saying he would, but you want me to cover Sinner? Well, I got to get permission first. I don't want to just do it. I'm pretty sure this is the one, though. It's where I think BJ is covering Buzzy, and then he goes just straight to Buzzy. And it's funny because Buzzy's up there by herself, and she's horrible. She's horrible. Yes, Ski Utah, we are. We're back tomorrow morning. Sammy, wow. After Buzzy made everyone be respectful towards you when no one wanted to be, especially after you dropping the N-word to friend in private, which makes it worse, you are a true racist. Sammy Bumblebee, I'm not a racist, honey, okay? I really didn't even want to use the word, which is precisely why I said I'm going to say it, because you don't have the context, babe. But okay. Oh, yeah, and she's so fucking respectful. Get the fuck out of here, Sammy Bumblebee. Get your own identity. Why don't you try there? Start with getting your own identity. There's a start. There's a start. Jay, did you go over the new recording of Lauren from Christina yet? Nope, not yet. I sure haven't. Carl wants to talk about Seth. Sammy's not a troll. I don't even know who she is, to be honest with you. I think she used to be Sammy on the web or some shit. You're a true racist, Jay. Okay. Hey, bitch Franklin. So anyways, these are our choices. Let me pull up our choices. Actually, let me save Sinner to watch later. Okay. I mean, the choices aren't really that grand, to be honest. I shouldn't say that. Okay, so we have, these are our choices, y'all. Lauren and Jerry Holman. We can review Lauren and Jerry Holman together, just the two of them. We can review the ESPN guy who had Chad Daybell publish his book. And what is the other one? There's one more to choose from. Hold on. So we have A, B, and then the third one is I think that's the interview that Joe Schmo got struck for. Oh, really? So I would say either. Okay, let's do that again. So A is going to be. What was the first one? Oh my God, I'm such a mess. Thank you so much, Ishi, for gifting 10.
Thank you for your support.
Just help a brother out here.
You're invested in the trial, Snazzy? If you review Lauren and Holman, please have someone on who knows Delphi to correct his lies. I'm not really here to correct his lies, to be honest with you. That's not really why I'm reviewing it. But I don't know who would be the expert that would need to be on there, but Sammy from On the Web channel, the one that's Righteous Miss Perfect. Yes. Yes. The one that in this sector, there's so many moving pieces. Again, there's too many moving pieces in this sector. Anyways, we have the ESPN guy. I don't remember what the other option was now. There's too many moving pieces. I can't keep up. So we can go over the ESPN guy with Chad Daybell, Holman, and Lauren. There was another one with her and another guy. Where'd it go? She interviewed another prosecutor. And I had it saved. Get out of my arena. We're in this arena in a sector. God, I have a lot. I have the Stearns one. Okay, this is what I have saved for HTC to review. I have Devil in the Family, The Fall of Ruby Franke, criminal psychologist Dr. John Mathias. I have Does Jake Harrow's first interview behind bars. I have Corey Richins hit with an avalanche of charges. From murderer to full-blown fraud queen. Then I have this one, Gag Order Lifted, an interview with Delphi's lead investigator, Jerry Holman. Then I have Websleuths, deep dive into Kevin Franke lawsuit. I think we might have done that one. Then I have Megan live from CrimeCon. I have something about Joe Ryan being murdered. I have a bunch of shit that Crescia sent me. Body language about Lori Vallow. Oh, I got an interview with Megan Connor in Hidden True Crime from 2 years ago as well. So what do you guys want to do tomorrow? Swoofy. Maybe Sleuthy will be in here when I cover it. Criminality. I never see her in here. But Sleuthy comes in here. And so was All Eyes on Delphi? Yes, Nick McClellan. That was it. I feel like there's something going on with Lauren doing these interviews with these prosecutors. Why is no one else getting them? I kind of want to do Holman. I kind of am interested in that one. Carl says put a 1 in chat for Seth. Oh my gosh, there's so many audio only too. Okay, let's do a poll. We'll do Holman. ESP. Okay, here we go. What to review tomorrow? Oh, we have Bobby Joe's interview too to go over. So we'll do Holman, McClelland, ESPN, or Websleuths. I'll just give it something like totally off. That's awesome, Marine Mom. Thank you. Some of those prosecutors are Mormon and the ones from Delphi are all Masons. Oh, here for Carl, I'll put a 1 in chat for you. All right, vote away. I'm going to go grab a Coke Zero. I'll BRB. Don't go nowhere. Stay put, little cooters. We'll be back with more truth talk in a minute. No, the Bobby Joe interview is on HTC. She interviewed Bobby with an I. Jerry, I think it's home. Oh, I think it's supposed to be Holman. What a name. Jerry Holman. He was an investigator in Delphi. And we got to talk about, we're going to do a live on the pings. Lauren Matthias, Brandon Hobbs, and the pings. %50 of you say Holman. 12 McClelland. 8% said ESPN. 30 said Websleuth. You guys don't even want to talk about that ESPN guy. That's freaking hilarious. What time is the live? Assholeman. We'll go live about 11:30. Normal time. She struck everyone who negatively. She can strike all she wants. I'd like to see her try. The number one. Oh, okay, Carl. Send over any videos of Seth. Actually, Carl, Seth isn't my favorite person in the world, but I don't think he did anything to Sebastian. That's where I'm at. That's what's got me messed up. I know. Me and Andy got to get together. We got like all messed up with the holidays and stuff. Yeah, that's the one that she got real friendly with. She's interviewing prosecutors. She's interviewing investigators. It just seems a little odd to me. Because you know they pay people to do that. You know what we're gonna review for sure is Tricia Griffith. Tricia Griffith had John Hinckley Jr. and I did a deep dive on John Hinckley Jr. Oh my God. Y'all. That dude should not be out. That dude should not be out. There's a protest? A protest about what? What are they protesting? And not only that, back to Sebastian Rogers, speaking of calling out wrongs, why did I questioned myself, okay? I questioned myself why I ignored that the sheriff of Sumner County tweeted and referred to rape as a snuggle struggle. I want to know why I overlooked that. I'm very bothered, and that's going to be part of my New Year's resolution. Hinckley lives like 3 minutes from me. I've seen him at the grocery store. Really? Yikes. He was, scary. He stalked Jodie Foster, wrote her letters, gifts, went to her house, and then wanted her attention, so he shot the president. Did you know that he put a guy in a wheelchair, paralyzed for life? Tricia and her doll. Oh, I know. I don't know. I don't know why I overlooked the fact that the Sumner County Sheriff referred to rape on social media as a snuggle struggle. I'm not going to overlook shit like that anymore. I'm not. So get used to it. Yeah, we called it out at first, but then we started riding with the gross people and it became normalized like all the other sexual stuff. He did. He put it on Twitter. It was on X. Jodie Foster was very young. Yes. And I'm going to cover that case. I'm going to cover, we're going to go over, not that case, but we're going to go over Websleuths' interview with him. I'm going to show you the truth about this guy. Then, I'm going to interview Tricia's doll, horsewoman. And then, I'm going to be covering Timothy Busfield on my other channel, and I'm all here for that. I'm all here for that. I'm so sick of hearing about these pedos in Hollywood. So sick of it. These directors, these producers, these record executives. I'm sick of it. So we're going to cover that. Timothy Busfield on no bond. 2 second-degree felonies of child SA. On the scene of the cleaning lady Fox show. And the other one is Friday night. We're going to have a call-in show about the Tepe case. Welcome back, Dreams. People with power and control are out of control. Yeah. And you've got Melissa Gilbert over there. They totally knew this was coming. Posts on social media, calling out SA. And then, she's on the speakerphone when he finds out he has an arrest warrant. When is someone warned about an arrest warrant? Why didn't they just go pick him up? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to cover that one, Kresha. That one's too political for me. Plus, I didn't even know who the guy was before it happened. Melissa Gilbert's married to him. Yes, she is. Oh, that connects Daybell to Vandersloot. Oh, shit. Yeah, and he's like, I drove 2,000 miles. Look at this guy, dude. Hold on. The ping videos is when Lauren went with her really good friend, Brandon Hobbs, and he showed her where Lori's phone pinged because she did something very special to get that information, I imagine. Do it, lady. Holly weirdos, be gone. I just feel like, our local news is barely touching the Busfield case. Yeah, he played Poindexter in Revenge of the Nerds. Would love to hear about, yes, we will. We will cover that one too. I wish we could have done it tonight, but I wasn't really prepared to go over it. Yes, he's married. Yeah, James Brady was paralyzed, thus the Brady Bill. He is in on no bond, guys. He's in on no bond. So this is what he did. Before he turned himself in, he went to the internet and did some PR. And this is Timothy Busfield, by the way. This is producer. He was in 30-something. He was in The West Wing. He was Poindexter in Revenge of the Nerds. Then he went on to become a director and a producer. And now he's accused of 2 felonies. And this is what he did before he went into the clinker. Take a listen.
Hi, everybody. It's Tim. I'm sure most of you know that are watching this that I was ordered to come to Albuquerque. I'm here now. I got the call Friday night. I had to get a lawyer. Saturday, I got in a car. I drove 2,000 miles to Albuquerque. I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible. They're all lies. And I did not do anything to those little boys. And I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight it with a great team. And I'm going to be exonerated. I know I am, because this is all so wrong and all lies. So hang in there, and hopefully I'm out real soon.
He says, hang in there. Who's he talking to? Who's he talking? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. They added new charges today. Why did he drive? This guy had accusations back in the 90s. He says, hang in there.
And back to work. And I love everybody for supporting me. Thank you.
Well, his Law and Order episode that's supposed to air this week was yanked. It was yanked. Hey, Belinda Buckner. He's married to Melissa Gilbert from Little House on the Prairie. That's his wife. That's his wifey. They met at a bar, she says. They met at a bar, she says. But we're going to go over that whole case. We are also going to go over, let's see, what else do we have? Oh, this McKee guy. I don't know how he got in that house. But this guy, they matched a bunch of guns. Oh, look at Julio Iglesias, too. Watch. Watch this.
Spanish authorities have confirmed they're investigating sexual assault allegations against singer Julio Iglesias. It comes after claims made in the Spanish and US media by 2 former female employees. They say they worked in Iglesias' Caribbean residences over a 10-month period in 2021. Representatives for the 82-year-old are yet to comment. Spanish authorities have...
Fucking Julio Iglesias. Albuquerque is very soft on SA crimes. Well, the judge gave him no bond today. The judge gave him no bond. Look at here. Watch this.
Developing right now at 3, prosecutors have leveled another accusation of child sex abuse against actor Timothy Busfield. This latest allegation comes as Busfield made his first court appearance today in Albuquerque for charges of sexual abuse against 2 children in New Mexico. NBC4's Ted Chen has been monitoring that hearing. He joins us live in the newsroom with the latest. Ted.
Annabelle, Timothy Busfield's scheduled court appearance today comes after he turned himself in to authorities in Albuquerque. He has adamantly denied allegations of sexual misconduct.
I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible.
Before turning himself in to New Mexico authorities and appearing in court, Timothy Busfield told TMZ he was innocent of charges he had inappropriately touched 2 child actors on the television series The Cleaning Lady, in which he was both an actor and director.
They're all lies, and I did not do anything to those.
Listen, this is not a civil case. This is criminal charges. These kids were seen by a counselor and a pediatrician who they told what happened to them. They're twin brothers. This is not just allegations, in my opinion. There is some evidence behind this. A doctor noticed that there was evidence of sexual abuse, And being a mandated reporter, the doctor had to report that. So that's how this case started. This didn't start with, oh, we want money. As a matter of fact, as far as I know, there's no civil suit against from the parents against him. This is criminal charges that were filed by a prosecutor. So it's different than when the civil cases come up, right?
Those little boys, and I'm going to fight it.
According to
the makeup artist saw him kissing these boys on the forehead. He said that he admitted to tickling and playing with them. And on the set, that is a huge no-no. They're not supposed to do stuff like that. Like, these kids were supposed to have a person that watched them. And I'm ashamed. He's from Michigan, too. He's from East Lansing. But these kids are supposed to have people that watch them. Well, before he took over for this cleaning lady production, there was a different producer. And the other producer gave all the families of the youngsters iPads. And the parents could watch their kids all day if they wanted to, and buying them presents, yes. When Tim came in and took over directing, the parents didn't get the iPads anymore. That's a red flag. Melissa Gilbert was buying the kids presents as well, not just him.
Documents obtained by NBC News, the child actors told their therapist when they were 11 years old about inappropriate contact from Busfield on set, who they referred to as Uncle Tim, and that it began when they were 7 years old, according to the affidavit. One of the boys alleged Busfield touched both his genitalia and bottom.
7.
The affidavit alleges the behavior went on for almost 2 years. Legal analyst Royal Oakes on the challenges prosecutors face.
First, you look at delay. Was there an extreme delay in reporting? Secondly, have the stories that kids have been telling been consistent from month to month, year to year? And finally, is there a motivation? Was there a feud? Are they looking for a payday? All of these things have to be sorted out.
Busfield's lawyer says his client did nothing wrong. Busfield's wife, actress Melissa Gilbert, told NBC News she stands with and supports her husband.
And I'm going to be exonerated. I know I am, because this is all so wrong.
In court documents filed today, prosecutors also allege that Busfield inappropriately touched and kissed a 16-year-old girl several years ago at an audition in Sacramento. Busfield's lawyer has not yet responded to our request for comment on that allegation.
No, these guys just take advantage of these kids, man. And enough is enough. It's insane. I don't know. She posted on social media before the arrest warrant was announced. Yeah, they had him call Uncle Tim. The teacher / handler who wasn't watching them like she should have been. Yeah, it's bad. So this made me go back in time. And I went back to like the very first. Hey, Michelle. I went back to the very first child actress. Baby, like child actress. Okay. Right. I mean, there's going to be a delay because they have to investigate and they have to have proper evidence. They can't just charge him without evidence. Right. She deleted her Instagram, Pyrex. She sure did. I choose to believe the kids. They told a therapist. I am not going to not believe those kids. No, I think he's cooked. I don't think he's going to get exonerated in any way. I really don't. But I went back to the very first child actress and I came up with Baby Peggy. And Penny Farthing in here bought me 2 books on Baby Peggy. I am so intrigued. Baby Peggy started out as like a silent film baby. And like, you know, obviously they didn't have rules and laws for like child labor. And this little girl was like a toddler. And she was working like 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then once the films weren't silent anymore, when they had talkie films, then she couldn't get any work. But this woman is such an interesting woman, baby Peggy. She lived to be 101 years old. And she was an advocate for child actors. She actually was on like a guild about it or something. But anyways, I'm getting her autobiography and also her book about, it's called Hollywood's Children. So I'm like super interested in that. Cindy, I don't know. I mean, you would have. No, the kid's mother, Cheryl, was not allowed to keep an eye on the boys. When the boys are working, the parents aren't able to watch. So that's why they had iPads. But when Tim started directing, they weren't getting the iPads anymore. So what they have is they have a handler or a person that's supposed to be with them all the time. The person that was paid to be with them was slacking. And she would leave them alone. She would know they were alone with Tim in this bedroom setting and wouldn't go in there. So, well, after they told their therapist, they went to a medical doctor, and the medical doctor did a physical exam. And he said that there was signs of SA. And the parents themselves have never been involved in show business. So this was all new to them. Yeah, identical twins are gold to Hollywood. I agree with that, Nad. I don't know if he gave reasons or if anybody questioned him. I mean, do people really question people like him? Probably not. He probably had some kind of excuse. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out. But there's a lot of evidence in the criminal complaint. We're going to go over that. We're going to definitely go over that. Yeah, the baby Peggy. You think you've seen something on that, Vivian? It's so sad. I'll show you guys baby Peggy. This is the video I watched. But she lived to be 101. Look at, here's baby Peggy. Look how cute she was.
Baby Peggy was one of the most mistreated child stars, but even when she grew up, the terrors kept coming. Surrounded by lecherous men, she was no stranger to their advances. That is, until she discovered the perfect secret weapon to keep their nasty hands off her. Over the past century, child stars have endeared their way into people's hearts. Baby Peggy was the first of many, and she forged a path for child actors when there wasn't one. But being a groundbreaker also meant she had to navigate the harsh realities of being a child actor without a blueprint. On October 29, 1918, in San Diego, California, baby Peggy came into the world as Peggy Jean Montgomery. When it came to being discovered, she had an undeniable stroke of luck. Her father was a former cowboy and park ranger who worked as a stuntman for Tom Mix, Hollywood's first Western star. One day, the toddler accompanied her mother and a family friend to Century Studios where Jack was working. As fate would have it, Peggy made a stunning impression on some very important people. While on the film set, she wowed the movie's director with her good behaviour and compliance with her father's directions. Melissa. He immediately cast the toddler in a few short films with Brownie the Wonder Dog.
So this little girl was before Shirley Temple. And then it goes on to show, like, she was friends with Shirley Temple. She was friends with Judy Garland because they all went to this school. Because there came a time where these kids had to go to school, like they passed certain laws, the school board. Okay, listen to this part.
Option, Peggy reluctantly returned to Hollywood with her family and $300 borrowed from a friend. Hollywood changed a lot after Peggy left. Talkies, movies with sound, were in. She also learned the hard way that she wasn't a baby anymore. Now a teenager, she struggled to find work as an extra. When she did, she only got paid $3 a day and found herself surrounded by former silent film stars, also reduced to working as extras. As a young child, Peggy got away with her sporadic attendance at school, but now the situation was different. The Los Angeles School Board insisted that she go to school, so Peggy and her sister attended the Lawler Professional School, which had an accommodating schedule for child actors. There, her classmates included Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. Before long, all of...
Isn't that wild? They created this school just so these kids could go, and they had different times so these kids could still go to school. But she went to school with Judy Garland, and who was the other one? Mickey Rooney.
There, her classmates included Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. Before long, all of her family had to work to survive. Their struggles led to marital strife between Peggy's parents. There was only so much that she could take. Her return to Hollywood floundered, and a career revival seemed unlikely. Her home life just wasn't the haven she craved. As a result, she had several nervous breakdowns. Frustrated with her professional and personal troubles, 17-year-old Peggy ran away with her sister, and wildly, a chance at retribution came a few years later. In 1938, Jackie Coogan, Peggy's contemporary who shared similar experiences, sued his parents for misappropriating his fortune.
In the
Concerned
30s.
she would follow suit, her parents asked Peggy if she had the same intention. Although Peggy didn't take legal action against her parents, her case helped change Californian law. In 1939, the state of California passed the California Child Actors Bill, aka the Coogan Act. The law protects child actors
I find this stuff to be so interesting.
from maltreatment and ensures a share of their earnings goes into a trust. So while Peggy didn't get her money back, her harrowing story helped future child actors keep theirs. Following her break from her parents, Peggy continued to struggle to re-establish herself in Hollywood. Despite the challenges she faced, there were some happy moments. On the set of Wilderness, she met Gordon Ayers, a bartender who also desired to make it in Hollywood. 3 years later, they were married. Peggy had difficulties shaking off the shadows of her past. Although she was now an adult, people couldn't stop seeing her as Baby Peggy. She decided she had to reinvent herself in a drastic way, a name change. Drawing inspiration from actress Diana Wynward and her husband's surname, she became Diana Ayers, the child star formerly known as Baby Peggy. But if she assumed that the identity change would help her career, she was mistaken.
Really?
As an adult,
The Addams Family?
Diana learned there was another kind of danger on sets. In an interview later in her life, she told of how men would linger around the sets and approach girls by massaging their necks. Unfortunately, the young actress wasn't immune to their advances, but she
You hear that shit? Sick. This is her. This is her. In the 70s, she wrote an autobiography. This woman lived to 101.
eventually found a way to keep the vultures at bay. As it turned out, intellectual women scared the men on the sets. When Diana went to work, she would bring a highly academic book, which was somehow kryptonite to them. Once the men saw her with it, they stayed away from her. Diana's personal life continued to change, but not in a happy way. After
She would read an intellectual book to keep the fucking creeps away. Weird. You watch this too, Lara? Crazy. It's crazy.
decade of marriage, she and Ayers divorced. Following the split, she converted to Roman Catholicism and changed her name again. This time she became known as Diana Sarah. It was the beginning of yet another chapter, but the biggest change was yet to come. After years of struggling to rebuild her acting career, Diana gave up on it. From a young age, she disliked acting. However, as an adult, she grew to hate it and decided to move on to an entirely new life. She worked as a switchboard operator, a bookstore assistant, and a gift shop manager. Eventually, her love of books led to her most fulfilling job yet. Peggy's interest in the written word led her in a different direction. In 1954, she founded a greeting card company. Later, she managed a bookstore at the University of California in San Diego during the 60s. Meanwhile, she moonlighted as a freelance magazine writer and journalist on historical and religious topics. As her professional life gained stability, so did her love life. With one failed marriage behind her, Diana finally found the love of her life. In 1954, she married Robert Carey, an artist. They had a son and stayed married until Robert's passing in 2001. Diana became a film historian and began to write books. Drawing from her father's experiences as a cowboy turned stuntman, she released her first novel, The Hollywood Posse, in 1975. 3 years later, she wrote about the horror stories and fates of child actors in Hollywood's Children, an inside account of the child star era. After decades of struggle, Diana purged the demons of her past. In 1996, she released her memoir, Whatever Happened to Baby Peggy. Writing the book had been a cathartic experience as she reflected on her career and her parents' mishandling of her fortune. What's more, Diana made sure that this growing awareness of child stars' struggles didn't end with her story. In 2003, she put the spotlight on her fellow child star, Jackie Coogan, titled The World's Boy King. In her autobiography, Diana also recalled the fates of other child stars, including her friend, Judy Garland. She continued to promote the rights of child performers. She became a member of the non-profit advocacy organisation A Minor Consideration. As an activist, Diana spoke at movie screenings, hoping to educate the public and raise awareness about the issues and dangers child actors face in the industry. In deep contrast to her earlier years, Diana didn't shy away from talking about her heyday. She participated in documentaries where she gave further insight into that time of her life. In 2017, she celebrated her 99th birthday with the release of her first novel, The Drowning of the Moon. On February 24th, 2020, she died at her home in California at the age of 101. Just 10 days prior, she'd spoken to Silence is Platinum, a silent film blog, about the realities of life as a child star, continuing to campaign for a cause close to her heart. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe.
Pretty cool. What a lovely lady. I mean, God, she lived until 2020. I can't wait to read her books because she saw a lot. I mean, think about it. She literally saw 100 years of this. Yes. The Hollywood's Children and then her autobiography. I thought that would be so interesting. Hey, Keezy, good to see ya. So that's something else I've been like kind of digging into. This whole thing though with, I don't know, this just really, I think it needs to be talked about. And I feel it. I feel like a passion for. Oh, I love that. Chasing Fireflies. I'd love you to surprise me. Carl Ferguson, have a great night. Thank you for coming in tonight. And I hope to see you again. I really do. Same goes to Shelby, if she's still here. So anyway, yeah, she had a very interesting life. So I'm interested to hear her, read her story. I think that'll be really interesting. Another story time. I can recap you guys on it when I read it for sure. That would actually be that'd be fun. Your godmother is 107. Oh my gosh. Do I think I'll make I don't know. I hope so. My granddaughter told me, I was taking her home today and she said I don't want you to die and go to heaven. I said, I'm not. I'm going to live forever with you, It's sad. I'm going too fast. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've been able to talk to y'all. I've got so much on my mind. It is she? I will. I'll review it. She finds 4-leaf clovers and makes jewelry and necklaces out of them. Okay, so John Hinckley, we are going to go over this, but I will share with you a couple videos that I have tucked away for this live stream. So Pine says, I'm very interested in the John Hinckley stuff. I remember Reagan was shot when I was in like 7th grade. Lit class. I was like, Jodie Foster, what? Oh, SC. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, check this out. Look how young she was. She was being stalked by his ass. Listen.
In the summer of 1980, Hinckley read a story about Jodie Foster. The 18-year-old actress was taking a sabbatical from Hollywood to...
Oh, she was 18. God, she looks 12. She literally looks 12 years old. Where'd my pin chat go? Oh, it's up at the top. She looks 12 years old.
To attend Yale University. So Hinckley told his parents that he was going back to college. but at Yale, not Texas Tech.
And so he makes up a whole elaborate ruse to his parents about how he's going to go to Yale for a writing class.
Yeah, lied to his
And the
parents.
whole time he spent stalking Foster. He finds out where she lives, slipping notes under her door. And he's on the phone with her. And he taped these calls.
Who is this? Oh no, who is this? Who is this? Who? Oh no, not you, kid. Look, I really can't touch you, okay? But do me a really big favor. You understand why I can't, carry on these conversations with people I don't know. You understand that it's dangerous and it's just not done, it's not fair, and it's rude. Oh, all right? Well, I'm not doing this. Well, I understand that, but it's the same thing, okay? So you just don't ever want to be tired? No, it's been really nice talking to you.
Yeah. Listen to this.
And in no uncertain terms that I am doing all of this for your sake. By sacrificing my freedom, and possibly my life, I hope to change your mind about me. This letter is being written an hour before I leave for the Hilton Hotel. Jodie, I'm asking you to please look into your heart and at least give me the chance, with this historical deed, to gain your respect and love. Yesterday it emerged that Hinckley had written a lot of letters to the 19-year-old actress who starred in the movie Taxi Driver. Miss Foster, a freshman at Yale University, gave a press conference to discuss them.
I'm not allowed to reveal any of the contents because I don't want to jeopardize the prosecution.
Without getting specific, was he threatening, amorous? What was he like?
I'm not allowed to say. I believe that it's, that the letters were assumed to have been, love-type letters.
When did you first realize the connection between the Hinckley and the letters and the Hinckley who shot the president?
Well, how many Hinkleys do you know?
Did you contact the authorities at that point?
No, I was contacted by the authorities.
How did you feel when you noticed the possible relationship?
I felt very shocked, very frightened, and very distressed.
Did you have any knowledge then that those letters were forwarded to the FBI? When was the first time you knew the FBI was involved in an investigation of the Hinckley letters?
The first time I knew that the FBI was involved was when somebody called me up and said, please come over and talk to the FBI. That was also at the same moment, I think maybe 10 minutes later, when I heard about the whole Reagan deal. I didn't know anything about it until that point.
So you cannot corroborate reports that are coming from Washington today that the FBI knew about the Hinckley letters as far back as November?
No, I have no knowledge at all.
Hundreds of reporters have been...
Dude's a bad dude, man. He's a bad dude. That's stalking. Yeah, Lauren Mathias. He shot 4 people. He left one guy in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Brady, that was in the wheelchair for the rest of his life, his death certificate said he was murdered by this dude. It's crazy. You got Tricia over there promoting his book on his book tour. Get out of here. Get out of here. Look at this. Look at this scene. This is terrible. This guy's a cuckoo. She already did, Courtney. He's got a new book. What is this? I'm going to mute that. I didn't know it had all that music, but look at... This isn't what I wanted to show y'all. But it says the shooter was John Hinckley Jr. His first shot hit Reagan's press secretary, James Brady, in the head. Brady was left paralyzed. Police officer Thomas Delonte was wounded, as was Secret Service agent Timothy McCarthy. Yeah, she went and had him on her show. Like, what? Huh? Listen to this.
My point of view.
A story that shocked the country. He attempted to assassinate President Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C., shooting and wounding 4 people that day in 1981.
And I'm just so sorry for what happened.
I mean, really? I'm just so sorry for what happened. What? This dude spent all the years, in like 30 some odd years in a mental hospital where he says he was treated like a star. Then he got to move out and move in with his mom.
Assassinate President Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C., shooting and wounding 4 people that day in 1981.
So I'm just so
Look
sorry
at that
for
shit.
what.
Look at that guy on the
4
ground. Look at
people
this.
that day in 19.
Look at that. I'm just so sorry for what I did. Tricia, will you have me on my show so I can sell my book? I also play music.
1981.
So I'm just so sorry for what happened.
I met up with John Hinckley Jr. at the Bicentennial Park in Williamsburg.
I bet you'll never meet another would-be assassin.
The local resident has just released a new book.
It's my memoir, and it's called Who I Really Am. All the...
No one cares. How about that? Who you really are? No one cares.
A new book.
It's my memoir, and it's called Who I Really Am. All the good and the bad are in the book.
And the bad part of his life includes him describing how he pushed friends and family away, isolating himself, falling into a deep depression that he says led to delusional behavior.
By the time 1981 rolled around, I was a very ill man.
He says he was obsessed with the 1976 movie Taxi Driver, where the main character was plotting to assassinate a presidential candidate. Hinckley was also infatuated with actress Jodie Foster.
And I left messages and poems for her, and I always signed them. So she knew who I was, and we talked on the phone a few times. She was saying, look, I can't really...
She knew who I was, and we talked on the phone a few times. I just played a recording of the call. She's like, John who? This dude is still fucking delusional. Oh my God. This was 2 days ago. This was 2 days ago. Oh, we talked on the phone. He acts like he fucking had conversations like she wanted to talk to him. Oh my God. He's still Delulu. And he's no longer under anybody's custody. No one. He is free to fly.
Psychopathy.
Listen to him.
And I left messages and poems for her, and I always signed them. So she knew who I was, and we talked on the phone a few times. She was saying, look, I can't really be talking to strangers on the phone, you know, and I just was always trying to keep her on the phone.
He says to impress the actress, he devised a plan to try and kill the president. He explains what unfolded that day.
It's March 30th, 1981, and I was staying at a hotel in D.C., and I saw Reagan's schedule for the day in the newspaper, and I had made up my mind what I wanted to do. So I wrote a letter to Jodie Foster, and I left it in the hotel room. And I took a cab to the Hilton Hotel, and I saw where the crowd was standing. So I got amongst the crowd, and Reagan arrived with his entourage and walked right past me, and it looked like he was waving right at me, so it kind of startled me. So I just kind of waved back, and he went on into the building. He gave his speech, and when he came back out, that's when I shot him.
The following year, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity, then remained held in a mental hospital before receiving conditional release and then full freedom in 2022.
In 1981, I was depressed and delusional, and that's why I committed my crime. But
I'm sorry. When is depression an excuse for, oh my God, for shooting 4 people? This is insanity to me. Insanity. I was depressed and delusional. That's why I committed my crime. Buy my book.
Psychopathy.
Nobody cares.
Conditional release and then full freedom in 2022.
In 1981, I was depressed and delusional, and that's why I committed my crime. But I'm so far removed from that now. I feel so much better now, and my life now is devoted to music and art.
art that he's sold, and music that he puts online, but says he's had trouble getting the owners of music venues to allow him to play live.
Then the owner.
Dude, the owners of no music venues don't want you in there. Number one, you suck. And number two, you're a fucking assassin. Stop.
The owner of the venue at the last minute always seems to cancel on me. And it's very frustrating because I know I could put on a good show and sing my songs and make the people happy.
I also spoke to the ghostwriter who helped him put the book together.
And I just figured there was much more to him than this, and there was his music career, his college life, his life on the inside when he was institutionalized for a while, his relationships. I just felt like this was a full story that needed telling.
Early on, it was hard dredging up all those memories because I'd kind of push them in the back. I hope people read it and can see that I'm not the person that I was back in 1981.
He denounces all political violence, wants peace, and continues to make his art and play music.
He wants peace. You paralyzed a guy. You took a guy's entire life away. You took his career. You took his life. I mean, I don't understand this shit, man. Oh, I can't stand Gypsy Rose. She should have never been let out either.
Music.
I'm going to do one of my latest original songs. Hope you like it. I think the public would be attending a good concert if I could just put on the show. Life can be a nightmare.
In Williamsburg.
Life can be a dream.
Margaret Kavanaugh, News 3.
I told you all this shit that's going on out here. It's crazy. No, he lives in Williamsburg, Virginia. He lives in Williamsburg, Virginia. So now he's written a book and he's on a book tour. And the only sucker motherfucker he could get to interview him and his ghostwriter was Websleuths, Miss Tricia. Oh, I know the name. It's crazy. Times have changed, and it seems it's all about the killers and victims are forgotten. Let's take a look at the Websleuths. I haven't watched it. Let's take a little look-see-loo over. Oh, they're live right now. Will Timothy Busfield bond out of jail? No, Tricia, he's got no bond. Hold on, let's see what they're doing. Let's see what Insightful One's up to.
Feels like O'Hare
Oh,
Airport,
who's this?
where we're stacking the case.
Oh, they got Ann Kern, the President Cold Case Project of Monterey County. Whoever that is. Why do they think he's going to bond out of jail when he is on no bond and he was just in court today? Okay, here's the Hinckley thing. Hinky. Hinckley. Insightful One probably loves him.
Yes, I've seen the video.
Dude, he's on the phone. He's on the phone. He didn't even fucking come on the panel because he's selling a book, Flannel. Hold on. I got to go back to the beginning. Okay. Hold on.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Websleuths YouTube Live. My name is Tricia Griffith, and I'm so glad you're joining us today. We have a very special guest, John Hinckley Jr. Now, John Hinckley Jr. will forever be remembered as the man who tried to kill President Reagan. This happened on March 30th, 1981 in Washington, D.C.
Tricia, there were 3 other people shot.
Hinckley shot Ronald Reagan in an attempt to impress actress Jodie Foster. President Reagan was wounded by...
Insightful One, you forgot the other victims. You forgot the other victims in your write-up.
...ricocheting bullet that punctured his lung. James Brady, Reagan's press secretary, was shot in the head, leaving him partially paralyzed. He died from complications 33 years later. Tim McCarthy, Secret Service agent, was shot in the abdomen while shielding the president, and Thomas Delahanty, a D.C. police officer, was shot in the neck.
Yikes.
Mr. Hinckley was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and he spent more than 2 decades in a mental hospital, but slowly was allowed to spend more time outside of the hospital.
Now think about this, though, with the Nick Reiner case going on. If Nick Reiner, and we are probably like 95% sure that Nick Reiner is going to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't know.
2022, a judge deemed Mr. Hinckley was no longer a danger to himself or others and released him from all restrictions. Mr. Hinckley has written a new book called Who I Really Am. Mr. Hinckley joins us today. Now, nothing is off the table as far as questions go, but right now, we're going to take a look back on a video from that
off
day
the table.
in 1981.
Remember that. Are we doing this review now? Hold on. Are we just going to do this review now? I talked all that shit earlier, though. Get with it. Come on. Come on. My God, I did more on the fly, like quicker on the fly than she is planned.
Following the speech, he left the hotel through a side entrance and passed a line of press photographers and TV cameras. He was almost at the car when he heard what sounded like 2 or 3 firecrackers over to his left.
She literally just showed the shooting.
Get him out! Get him out! Get him out! Get out! Get him out!
She's literally showing the shooting, y'all, and then she's gonna have this dude on her show. What? Wow, Tricia. We're in it now. We're in it now, people.
What?
Unreal. This video exists on YouTube, so it's not against toss. You're not seeing anything gory. It's just an incident. But it's wild to me that she's having the guy that did this on her show. Whoa.
Gary Parr, the head of the president's Secret Service unit, grabbed Reagan by the waist and literally hurled him into the back of the limousine. They sped to the hospital emergency entrance, and the president was the first to exit the limo, entering the emergency room. He told a nurse coming to meet him that he was having trouble breathing, and then suddenly his knees turned rubbery, and the president passed out for several minutes.
I mean, think about Trump's attempted assassination. And imagine if that kid was alive and that he got put in a hospital for a couple decades and then got to live with his mom and then eventually was out on the streets. It would never happen. It would never happen.
When he opened his eyes, he saw Nancy looking down at him. She'd rushed to the hospital after hearing what had happened. Little by little, the president learned what had happened to him. He had a bullet lodged in his lung. James Brady, his press secretary, had been shot in the head. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy had been shot in the chest. Policeman Tom Delahanty had been shot in the neck. All of them victims of a lone young assailant who was quickly in police custody.
She puts the banner up, John Hinckley Jr. on the phone. You are so cheesy, Tricia. You have no shame. She has no shame. None.
Some weeks later, the president viewed the television accounts of what had happened that day. He very gratefully noticed that as he was being thrown into the limo, there facing the camera and the gunman, spread-eagling himself to protect the president, was Tim McCarthy, who was shot in the chest and lived.
Okay, now what? How do you segue?
Everyone, John Hinckley joins us today. Unfortunately, it's by phone. We had some technical difficulties with Mr. Hinckley's camera, but he's here by.
What? You had technical difficulties with his camera? Good Lord above. She goes from that to introducing him on the phone.
By phone. And Mr. Hinckley, I just showed a video of what happened that day. I'm sure you've seen it over and over and burned into your brain. How do you feel when you know that video is being played and people are watching it?
I just feel like it's like another person who was responsible for the shooting because it happened.
Wait, what the fuck? He just watched it? Jessica, who blocked you? Oh, Websleuths? Thank you, Callie, for your super chat. He was watching it? How do you feel watching that?
44 years ago, and yes, I've seen the video many times over the years. And the main thing I feel is that I can't believe that's me that actually caused all of that mayhem. But I know it wasn't me, but I have so much remorse for what I did. I just wish it hadn't happened.
I understand.
You do?
Hold on just a second. We're having some banner. There we go. We're trying to get your banner up. It just seems to be a technical difficulty morning. But
what?
I understand that you have apologized. Have you ever heard back from any of your victims?
No, I've not.
Have you ever tried reaching out lately?
No, I haven't. I mean, for decades, I was, ordered not to reach out to them.
Yeah, you were ordered not to reach out to them because you tried to kill them. What is she talking about? Have you heard back from your victims? Have you heard back from your victims?
But now that I could, I really don't think they want to hear from me. That's the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they want to hear from? What world is this? What is she doing?
That's why I don't reach out to them. Is I just really don't think they want to hear from me.
I understand. Well, everybody, and now the banner isn't working, so I do apologize. We do have John Hinckley on the phone with us. Stacy, I don't know. I've turned it off. It says it's off, and yet the timer still keeps going.
Good question,
so I
Roban.
don't know what to do. I don't know if you can take a look at it. Can you go into the banners?
What is happening?
And see if you can get it to turn off on your end.
You need insightful one for a banner? For StreamYard?
And because it's not working on mine.
Oh my God.
Okay. Anybody, let's add now Jason Norman to the stage. Jason Norman.
Oh, he could come on camera, but the other dude can't? This must be the fucking ghostwriter. Oh my God. This was planned. You pre-planned this. Oh my God.
Is the collaborator on Mr. Hinckley's new book. Jason, how are you doing today, sir?
Doing well.
Good. Thank you for joining us. And Stacy, I don't know if you heard me. Can you jump on in the banners and see if you can turn that stupid clock off?
I'm looking.
Clock?
Okay.
What is she talking
Which is just
about?
so annoying. So anyway, let's see if we can.
We can put it over. Come on, get your screen
See, it's
set.
not even letting me change the timer or anything.
Timer? We don't
this
see
is so
a
annoying,
timer,
you guys.
idiot.
I do apologize.
What is she talking about?
It says timer is turned off when using the ticker, which we are using the ticker. So I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, everybody, we do have John Hinckley on the phone.
Did you hear Stacy? She's like, eh.
Don't know what
Listen.
to tell you. Anyway, everybody.
What is Stacy doing?
So, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, everybody, we do have John Hinckley on the phone. Mr. Hinckley, first of all, tell us why you wrote the book.
I was approached by Jason in February of last year, and he just asked me if I wanted to work on a memoir with him. I hadn't really been thinking about it, but after thinking about it for a little bit, I thought, well, why not? I'll go ahead and do my memoir. You know, I'm 70 years old, and I just think it's time to tell my story from my point of view, because there's been such a negative image out there for so many years.
A negative image out there for so many years. Is this guy for real? I mean, maybe I should have the video pulled up of what he did and the weird letters he sent to Jodie Foster. Look at this. There's a whole library. Jodie Foster, John Hinckley letters. And they're not all in one place on the web. But check this out. John Hinckley Jr. collection. Look at this. All his shit. Envelope addressed to Jodie Foster, superstar. Back of envelope. Postcard. Envelope and note to Jodie Foster from Hinckley. Thank you card and envelope. Note to Jodie Foster. Paper with Jodie Foster's name. Note to Jodie Foster. Envelopes addressed to Special Agent of the FBI and Jodie Foster. I mean, it goes on and on. Letter of possible plot to abduct Jodie Foster? Hold on. Hold the phone. Oh, fuck this. What? Did this guy have a trial? Did this guy have a fucking trial? Look at this bullshit. There is a plot underway to abduct actress Jodie Foster from Yale University dorm in December or January. No ransom. She's being taken for romantic reasons. This is no joke. I don't wish to get further involved. Act as you wish. Oh, hells no. Mm-mm. God almighty. Look at. Here's his guns. He had 3 of them. Good grief. This guy's a monster. Hold on. Personal photo of unknown person with basketball? Who is this? They don't show it? His hotel room. Let's see what else is in here. Unknown person from White Power Group? What? He was at the White Power meeting hall? John Hinckley in White Power meeting hall. Oh my God. What the fuck? This guy's a CIA operative. He's gotta be. What is this shit? Y'all, I'm floored. I am what is this? A picture of Hitler. And then you've got some other like German thing over here. What the fuck? Look at all these pictures in White Power meeting hall. Dude. Holding gun. This doesn't even make sense. Oh, I've looked up Midnight Climax. I know. Look at, here's more. White Power meeting hall. This is sus. Aftermath of assassination attempt. Good Lord. Look at these pictures. Look at these guys shot. This is what this man did, you guys. John Hinckley's white power group. There's nothing there. Jay Giles band Nightmares. Why is there no photo? Look at all this. Picture of Adolf Hitler. What? Black is ugly. What the fuck? How come no one ever says anything about him being in this racist stuff? Unknown person distributing white power flyers? Bullet hole in window of president's limo? Some scary shit, dude. This guy's out of control. Arrest photo. Ugh. Rock on, Tricia. Great interview. Whoop, whoop. He did have a trial. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and people were so mad it led to reforms of the insanity defense. Right. So because of him, other people that do this shit are not getting out like him. Right? Osane, did she misspell it? But you had a really good point, Osane. Tricia and them are like, oh, Christina's such a stalker and da-da-da-da-da. And here she is, having this motherfucker on her show. She's wild. I just want to see what else is. Let's see. Witness photo after incident. That's a clear photo. Let's see what else they got. There's only a few more pages. Was he at the campaign event? Oh, there he is. There's his psycho ass. Look at him. He was in Dayton, Ohio at the Carter Mondale campaign. This dude was all over the place. Look at him. Right here. See his pudgy face? Sam Donaldson. Let's see his hotel room. Okay. Look at it's the film. It's actual film. Yep. See, here he is. Carter Mondale campaign right here. He's got his mug in there. It's weird. President Reagan's speech. Is he in this one? No. That must have been what he was in there to do. Reagan was given a speech in the hotel. I wonder if he was going to try to kill Carter, too. I don't, this racism stuff has got me thrown. So he had all these letters, all this, look at all of this. Letter to Jodie Foster. Here's another one. Oh my God. I win. I can't even read that. Jodie, I would of getting Reagan. Oh, this is where he tells her he's going to kill Reagan. This is a definite possibility that I will be killed in my attempt to get Reagan. It is for the very reason that I'm writing you this letter now. Okay, dude. I mean, there's just pages and pages of stuff. I mean, he followed her all the way to Yale, too. Critics' reviews of the Boston Strangler, and he had a book of the Boston Strangler. Oh, wait, what's this? Close-up of Johnny. What the hell? No. His wealthy father was president and founder of Vanderbilt Energy Corp. Big time donor. Vanderbilt Energy Corp. Look at, he's got the gun to his own head right here. A Houston-based oil company, and later became chairman of World Vision International, a large global humanitarian nonprofit. Oh, that's always a red flag. World Vision International, a large global humanitarian nonprofit. Say no more. All right, back to Tricia and John Hinckley.
I wanted to tell my story from my point of view, and hopefully the people who read the book will see that I'm not the person that I was back then.
Can we go back to that time, to the person that you were back then? And
Really,
one of the
Tricia?
reasons why, when we were approached by Jason Norman about possibly having you on, is one thing that we want to do on our channel is to learn. We want to learn from people. We want to learn from their mistakes. And we also want to have a discussion about mental illness. Now, you were quite a young man when this happened. Were you living at home with your parents?
No, I was on my own and about the country. I was 25 years old.
Okay. And so...
On your own. So you hear this? No, I was on my own. How were you paying your bills, dude? Tell us.
You were traveling about the country. What was going on in your mind? This is going to sound like a strange question, but did you realize that you were sick?
Not fully. I kind of realized, something was the matter, but I couldn't pinpoint it. At the time, I was very depressed and delusional, and I got isolated from my family. I was living on my own, small apartments, and let this lady my fantasy run wild, and the fantasy kind of led to delusions, and all of that led to what happened on March 30th, 1981.
Okay.
Sounds like a script. He said the same thing to the news lady.
Okay. When you say it led to delusions, did your family try and help you at all? Did they know what was going on?
In 1980, they knew that I was suffering somewhat, but they found a doctor for me in Colorado, a psychiatrist, and I went to see him a few times. But he didn't really take my illness seriously enough.
Mm-hmm.
He just said I needed to kind of toughen up and fly right, so to speak.
Your therapist told you needed to toughen up and fly right, so to speak? I turned on the captions for anybody that's having a hard time hearing, because I'm having a hard time hearing too. Oh my God.
And that's the shame, because when I at the point where I was seeing him, I was quite ill.
And so he didn't really then understand how sick you were. Did you tell him about your fantasies?
What the fuck, Tricia?
About Jodie Foster? And
I did, yeah. I told him about Jodie Foster, and I did not tell him that I was stalking the president, but I did tell him about Jodie Foster and my depression, and so he has some idea.
And so, and what did he do?
He put me on biofeedback. There's something called biofeedback back in the day. I think it's been kind of discredited now, but it's a machine that they hook you up to, and it tries to get you to be less anxious. He thought my main problem was anxiety.
Really?
So he hooked me up to this machine.
Anxiety? You tried to kill the president. You stalked for years an actress. Years.
Which kind of monitors your anxiety.
Hey, Kelly Barrison.
So yeah, I mean, while I was in his office on the machine, I would become less anxious. But once I was back outside, on my own, the anxieties would increase again.
Everybody, can you hear okay, Mr. Hinckley? If you have earbuds, I think it would help. I do apologize. We are having trouble with his microphone.
Biofeedback. It's when they put these probes on your head and it's like, bzz, bzz, it's like electrodes. Bzz, bzz. They used to think that like stimulating that part of your brain would help or something.
And so we're doing it over the phone. And Mr. Hinckley, I do apologize. I know this is a little awkward, but hey, our audience is used to kind of strange things happening in our life. So
what? What about the victims? What if any of them are watching? Look at this guy. He's like, oh my God, I'm regretting this choice. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hinckley.
Anyway, so you said it was biofeedback that they were trying to treat you with?
That's what it was, yeah. It was called.
Did it help? And they hooked you up to machines.
Oh
Again, explain that, because I'm having
Tricia.
trouble grasping that visual.
Oh my God.
The problem was anxiety, and biofeedback machine monitors your anxiety, and you listen to these beeps that are going on headphones, and the faster the beep, the more anxious you are. The slower the beep, the less anxious you are. So in his office, yeah, I could get the beeps to be really slow. But once I left his office and was off the machine, the anxieties would increase right away. So it's been something that's been kind of discredited now.
Right. Did your
That's
family
so
have
weird.
any idea
Hey, Marissa.
that you were going to this man who was doing biofeedback? Did they know it was working? Did they step in and say, "Hey, what are you doing with our son?" Did anybody have any idea?
Well, he told my parents that I needed what was called tough love.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he just thought I was kind of a mixed up kid and needed to be straightened out and fly right, and I think he recommended to my parents what they were calling tough love.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
You're
YouTube,
having
bad actors.
delusions, and they recommended tough love. And so, is that why you were living on your own? Did they kick you out?
Oh my God.
In the end, my father did. Yeah, so he I had been in New York and I ran out of money, and my father had some money wired to me. And I flew back to Denver. My father met me at the airport, and he said I could not come back to the house. I think he gave me $100 and said, you're on your own.
Do you understand why your parents did that?
What?
Well, this is the advice he'd been given by the doctor. That was part of the tough love.
Mm-hmm.
This is so weird.
Of course, in hindsight, it doesn't look good, but that's the way it played out.
Well, again, it was a much different time. I don't know about you, Mr. Hinckley, but I feel like this was just like 10 years ago. And I have to remind myself that it was over 40 years ago. And I just can't believe I'm that old. I don't know about you, but I still feel like I'm 20.
Okay, Tricia.
So anyway, your book is called Who I Really Am, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. But I find this fascinating that they thought, not your family, but the professionals thought that tough love would do it. Now, did the professionals know and I apologize if you've answered this question. I was working on some technical things. Did they know that you were stalking Jodie Foster at the time?
No.
Okay. When did that start, and why did it start, if you can remember?
Well, it's a long story. It goes back to 1976 when I started seeing this movie called Taxi Driver.
Oh my God, we're reliving it.
Jodie Foster was in the movie, and I got fixated on the movie. I got fixated on Jodie.
Whoa.
And part of the plot of the movie is that Travis Bickle, the main character, stalks this candidate who's running for president, and he also wants to rescue Jodie,
Mm-hmm.
her name in the movie was Iris, but she was a prostitute in the movie. He was trying to rescue her.
Oh my
So
God.
I got all wrapped up in that movie, and I saw it about 15 times. And that was in my head from 1976 to 1980. In 1980, I learned that Jodie was going to be going to Yale University as a freshman. And I went to New Haven and looked her up and talked to her on the phone a few times and left messages and poems and stuff under her door. And that was about 6 months before the shooting.
And I remember when you did that. In fact, they released some of the phone calls after the shooting. How are you able to get her phone number? That's wild.
I went to the registrar of Yale University
Oh my God.
and just said I was visiting. I needed to look up somebody who was there as a student, and gave me the logs of everybody that was there. I found her name, and it gave her dorm number, and it must have given.
Good God, they gave him all that info at Yale University? What?
Her phone number too.
Okay, yeah, I bet they don't do that anymore.
No, I'm sure.
I'm sure they don't. We have a great question from the audience I'd like to ask now. Around 4 months before this, John Lennon was shot by Mark David Chapman. Did that have any influence on you?
It had a huge influence on me.
Now,
Oh my
he had the
God.
book Catcher in the Rye with him. Is that why you had Catcher in the Rye as well?
Yes. I was totally.
So he did a copycat? Come on. Come on. We have the racist stuff, the copycat, the stalking of Jodie, the prostitution movie. Him saying he's going to abduct Jodie. Oh, yeah, she's all dressed up professional for him. Ugh.
Upset by John Lennon's murder, and that's kind of the event that really sent me over the edge to where what I did three months later.
And if you can describe the thinking, and then we will get to your book, I promise you, and to Mr. Norman. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Norman. We have John Hinckley Jr. on the phone. We apologize. There were technical issues with his microphone, so we are...
No, he's not under any supervision. He was under supervision for a few years, and now he's, as of 2022, free to roam wherever he wants.
Just doing it by phone. I hope you can hear okay. If you have earbuds, that will help everybody a lot. But can you tell me the thought of, hey, I'm going to kill the president, and that will impress Jodie Foster? How was that thinking? Did you think she was still the character in the movie Taxi Driver, or what?
Well, it's all a delusion, of course, and I thought by shooting the president, I was going to have this magical union with Jodie, that she would, fall in love with me and we'd live happily ever after. Of course, saying that now, it all sounds preposterous, but that's what I believed in 1981, is that by president that I could have this magical union with Jodie.
That, you know, and that is, again, to us, it sounds sounds ridiculous. Sorry. But
Really?
I understand what you're saying as far as
Tricia.
it now sounding that way, but back then.
And Tricia says that Ashley Banfield needs to do her research on the Ramsey case. Shame on you.
Made perfect sense to you, right?
Yes, it did. It was the big delusion that I had.
Okay, so this happens. You find out where the president is speaking, and you didn't try and run. Did you think that what you were doing was justified?
No, I mean, I knew by shooting a president, I was going to be immediately killed or detained. So there's no way you can run away from it. I was in a crowd of people, and I fired the shots, and I was immediately tackled by a bunch of people. So
You knew that you were going to be tackled, so you didn't. Do you think if you could have gotten away, would you have run? I'm trying to figure out if you knew at the time what you did was wrong, and you were going to try and hide it if you could. Do you think that was a thought that was going through your mind, or did you just think, I can't get away?
Well, I thought I was going to be killed, actually. I didn't think I was going to be tackled or able to run away. I thought I was going to be killed, because when you do something like that, you have to assume you're going to be immediately killed by the Secret Service. But I was in this crowd of people, and I guess that's why they didn't fire on me. I was tackled, and and part of the delusion was that I just felt like it was something I had to do to have this union with Jodie.
A union with Jodie, exactly. Okay, so when you were taken.
So did the CIA tell him he was going to get a union with Jodie? Like, what the hell made him think that? Was he programmed to think that? I mean, tinfoil hat. Grab it, Crusher. Do it, lady.
And you were finally committed to a hospital. You were found not guilty by reason of insanity. Let's face it, you were not a liked person at that time.
You're still
not.
not.
How were you treated in the hospital? Were you treated any differently, do you think?
I was actually treated like a celebrity by the other patients, because they couldn't believe I was right there in front of them, because they were watching me on TV. I was on TV a lot at the time, and they would see me on TV a lot, and then
celebrity.
There I was standing right in front of them. They just couldn't believe it, and I was actually treated quite well by them as this celebrity in their eyes. The staff, by and large, treated me pretty good, too.
That's, I'm glad to hear that the staff treated you well. Did your parents ever acknowledge that what they did was wrong, and that, did they ever come and talk to you and say, we're so sorry?
Don't forget that George Bush was the head of the CIA. What were the years he was the head of the CIA? Does anybody know offhand? I can Google it.
Did you ever, were you able to make up with your parents, basically?
Well, my father testified in my trial, and he said that by doing that tough love, it was the biggest mistake of his life.
Wow.
So, he broke down when he said that.
And I can imagine, as a parent, I can't imagine thinking you're doing the right thing and realizing that what you did was the absolute worst thing you could have done. Let's bring in Jason Norman. Jason Norman is your collaborator on your book. And Mr. Norman, how did you get in? How did this?
So this Norman guy reached out to this Hinckley.
This happen? How did this book come to be?
Well, I had been considering getting in contact with Mr. Hinckley ever since he established a social media presence. And it helped in that he and I live relatively close to each other. If good traffic is less than an hour's drive apart, so it wasn't like I was, driving back and forth to a couple of states away and things like that. So that was also a benefit. The fact that we could meet face to face, although we rarely did. The majority of this was over the phone, but that was a benefit. But yes, I have ghostwritten a couple of autobiographies in my time, but this was my first foray into true crime, and I figured that this was a story that needed telling because, I mean, as sad and strange as it is to say, obviously, as horrible. I mean, everyone, including Mr. Hinckley, admits that it was a horrible thing he did, but I felt like there was more to his story than that. Of course there was, and that people needed to know it, and people, I think, would want to know who he was before it happened, who
no
he
one
was,
cares,
while he was institutionalized, and who he is today.
And someone that's worked with Mr. Hinckley closely, tell us who he is today, as somebody that has been with him. Obviously, you had to spend a lot of time with him to get this book together. Who is he today?
He is someone who still hopes to one day make a dream that he's always had come true, and that is to put his boots on the ground with a music career, which he had been thinking about since he saw the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show in the 60s.
Mr. Hinckley, do you write your own songs?
Yes, I do.
What are they about?
The main theme of my songs is overcoming hard times, and talking about the bad old days and now the good days. And most of my songs are upbeat and positive, and I don't really write downer songs. My songs are upbeat and positive. If anybody wants to hear my songs, they can go on Spotify or the other music streaming sites. And I have about 55 or 60 of my original songs there.
No one cares. Thank you for all the info in the chat, you guys.
Anybody wants to hear them.
And you have a YouTube channel, correct?
Yeah, I've seen his YouTube channel. I saw it a couple years ago when he made the news when he was free. I went over to his YouTube channel and I was appalled.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's called John Hinckley Jr. You just put that in and put YouTube channel and it will pop right up. We're showing a picture of the cover of your book right now, John Hinckley Jr., Who I Really Am. Mr. Hinckley, if somebody came up to you and said, the only thing I know about you is you tried to kill President Reagan, who are you? What would you say?
I would tell them I'm not the person that I was in 1981, that I now consider myself a musician, a singer-songwriter, and an artist. I also sell paintings online.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, but Tricia's not doing this interview psych-wise because she wanted an interview with him. She was contacted because he's literally on a book tour, and the book tour stopped at Websleuths. This guy would talk to anybody who would give him a platform. He wants to sell the book. He wants to sell his music.
Where do you sell those paintings?
Mainly eBay.
Okay. And we're having a lot of questions in chat, and I know the answer to this because you've already said it, but for the people that are joining later, do you have remorse for what you've done?
I have tremendous remorse for what I've done. That's one of the main reasons I wrote the book, is because for some reason people think that I don't have remorse for what I did, and I wanted to make it clear in the book that yes, I've had tremendous remorse for what I did for many, many years.
And
so now you're going to profit off what you did?
What have you done? Go ahead. Yes.
Something else that I feel doesn't get brought up enough in these interviews is that he's always made it clear that at no time did he ever dislike Reagan. His family was extremely Republican, and he liked Reagan very much. So this was, I mean, I think a lot of people, might compare him to people like, John Wilkes Booth or Lee Harvey Oswald, who had some kind of crazy personal grudge against the president, and that's why they did what they did. But he's always made it clear to me that this was never anything personal, and that he even when he was doing what he did, never had any dislike towards Reagan as a person or as a president.
That's good. That is good to know. How long did it take you to write this book, Jason?
That's good to know. She's like, that's good to know. Who cares? Who cares if he liked Reagan or not? If he liked him, he's even more of a lunatic. What is going on here? She's like, well, that's good to know. That eases my mind. What?
Dislike towards Reagan as a person or as a president.
That's good. That is good to know. How long did it take you to write this book, Jason?
I think we started in February, finished in October.
Wow, that's and did you talk to him every single day?
No, maybe once or twice a week.
Once or twice a week? And it went from February to October? Hold on. February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. That's 9 months. Let's say he talked to him once or twice a week. He wrote a whole book on who this guy is in 9 months, talking to him once or twice a week. Get the fuck out of here. This is a grift.
Got it. And Mr. Hinckley, I appreciate you coming on. This is very unusual since we're having such technical difficulties, but thank you for being such a good sport and rolling with the flow here, as they say. When you were found not guilty by reason of insanity, were you able to feel anything, or did you just continue with your delusion? Like that day that you were found not guilty, tell us how you were feeling and thinking.
Well, I was very sure that I was going to be found guilty. So I was shocked, like the rest of the nation, when I was found not guilty by reason of insanity. It caused a big uproar in America when that happened. And the very next day, after the verdict, I was sent to St. Elizabeth's to begin my long recovery. So yeah, I was pretty aware of everything that was going on.
Have you followed the news lately about Nick Reiner?
What?
Now,
God.
they haven't really spoken out, but what people are saying, or what basically the people that are defending him saying, he was delusional as well. Do you understand that?
Tricia, we have zero evidence in the Reiner case. Dude, she is so sloppy and so irresponsible.
I barely know anything about him or just what I've heard, but I can tell he's extremely mentally ill, and his illness led to the heinous crime of what he did to his parents.
Now she's got this guy. What? Oh my God. He's saying, oh, I know he's extremely mentally ill. I don't know him though. What is going on?
But yeah, I mean, he was delusional and unfortunately led to what happened.
So let's talk about your therapy.
Stacy moaned. She went, watch Stacy's bubble. Watch Stacy's bubble. Ready?
To what happened?
So let's talk about.
She's like, I don't know about this, Stacy. I'd be so embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed if I was the executive producer. I'm sitting up there with this show. Whoa.
Your therapy later when you were in the mental hospital, and you again, everybody. This is John Hinckley Jr. He's being a great sport. Had a little trouble with his microphone, and so we're doing the interview by phone.
Linz, we kind of went from a bitch sesh to a Websleuth sesh, and we are in Cringeville as we speak.
He has a new book out called Who I Really Am. Let me make sure I have this correct here.
Oh my God,
So
you never have anything
Who
correct.
I Really Am. And we've been showing pictures of it. You can get it on Amazon and wherever books are sold. And Mr. Hinckley, you're in the hospital. You start to have treatment. When you started to come around.
Come around? What does that mean?
And really realize what you had done. What was that like? And when did that start happening?
Well, early on in my stay at the hospital, I met a woman named Leslie DeVoe,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You.
He's doxing someone. He just said someone's first and last name. Oh my God. Listen.
At the hospital, I met a woman named Leslie DeVoe.
I met a woman named Leslie something. She's like, I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't hear her name. I might want to hit her up for an interview. Stacy, get her name.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You were a little bit jumbled there. You met a woman named who?
Leslie DeVoe.
Okay.
And she was a patient also there at the hospital. And we fell in.
We fell in love? What? What's happening right now? Wait, he fell in love at the hospital?
And she was a patient also there at the hospital. And we fell in love. And I credit her with being the person who got me well and brought me out of my depression and delusions. Because I was having a real...
Wait. He contributes his recovery to another mental patient? Look at Trish. What's she doing? She's like, oh my God. What is happening? She brought me out of my depression and delusions. That's his recovery. Whoa.
Out of my depression and delusions, because I was finally in my life having a real relationship instead of the fantasy relationship with Jodie Foster. So I've always credited Leslie with being the person who got me well.
And is Leslie still with us?
No, she passed about 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm sorry. What was your official diagnosis?
Well, I had a lot of them over the years, but it was mainly major depression with delusions.
Really? So I'm surprised because I've heard things like schizophrenia, psychotic reactions, psychosis, but depression with delusions. That's something that sounds simple.
I think I also at one point had what they call atypical psychosis.
Mm-hmm. So you met this woman, and you feel that she's the one that brought you back to reality, basically.
Yes.
Okay. And when were you first let out of the hospital? Now, you weren't just let out. You were allowed visitation home, correct?
In 2003,
Linz.
I started going out into the city with my parents, spending time out in the city with them. And over the years, after 2003, the judge would increase the time that I could spend away from the hospital up to 17 days away from the hospital. And when he saw that I was still doing great, that's when he gave me my full release.
Was alcohol or drugs, misuse of alcohol or drugs, any part of this?
No, I never did alcohol. I never did drugs.
Interesting. Stacy, do you have any questions right now? If not, I can continue. Believe me, I've got a million of them.
Stacy.
Oh, yeah. Somebody had asked, did he have access to music or art in the hospital? And if so, did that help?
And I don't know if you could hear that or not, Mr.
No, I cannot. I cannot hear.
Did you have access to art or music in the hospital, and did that help?
Yes, it did. They always let me have a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very thankful that they let me have a guitar my entire stay at St. Elizabeth's. And that guitar was a good therapy for me because when I was having a tough day, I could just retreat to my room and play my guitar and, console myself with my music. So yeah, it was a very big thing for me to have my guitar and my music.
Console yourself?
We talked about this earlier, but maybe you can give us a little more of a timeline here. How long did the delusion present itself before you actually took action and shot President Reagan? It's been going on for years?
I think from the time that I saw Taxi Driver until the time of the shooting, the delusions were growing. So it was about a 4 or 5 year period.
Do you understand how hard it is?
So that was all it took was a movie about a prostitute?
For people to wrap their head around the fact that there was a delusion that literally made you pick up a gun and try and kill the president. And I'm sure that people still have trouble to this day. How are you treated when you go out in public or you try and do anything? How are you treated?
I'm treated well these days. I live in a community where people leave me alone and are nice to me.
He lives in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Sometimes when I'm out and about in a store or something, I'll be recognized and the person will come up to me and want to take a picture with me or something like that. And I'll do that. But they're always nice to me, so I don't mind that.
Wow. So that's interesting. That probably wasn't always the case, though, when you started going out in public earlier on, right?
Well, I've always been treated pretty well. I mean, I can't. Maybe there were one or two times when somebody was a little bit hostile, but mostly people are nice to me and a lot of them come up to me and say that they like my music and they listen to my music.
No, they
and that
don't.
makes me feel good. I've had people tell me that listening to my music helps them get through their day, and that's a really nice thing to say.
That is nice to say. We do have a question from chat, and this is an interesting one. Do you feel that your brain at the time needed something like better nutrition, or what did it need to be more normal? Do you have any idea?
What the fuck?
I don't know about the nutrition, but
nutrition?
No, I was not on any kind of psychiatric medications at the time of the shooting. Shortly after going to St. Elizabeth's Hospital, they put me on psychiatric medications, and they helped.
Now, you are on, if I understand, a couple of medications
hey,
still?
Lindsay.
Yes.
And you have agreed that you will take them for as long as the doctors recommend, correct?
Well, I do this voluntarily. I don't have anybody telling me to take this.
There you go, Robot. He takes his meds voluntarily. He has no one telling him that he has to take these. There is no one overlooking this man. This is John Hinckley Jr. Lindsay, go back before we started reviewing Tricia and look at the videos I showed right before this. He hesitated.
Understand, a couple of medications still?
Yes.
And you have...
Did you hear how he said that? I don't think he's like, yes.
And they helped.
Now you are...
He said they helped. He said they put me on psychiatric medicine and they helped. Past tense. And then she asked if he's still on 2 meds, and he hesitated and said yes. And hold on. Jodie Foster was 12 years old in Taxi Driver. Thank you for that, True Crime and Other Stuff. And she portrayed 12-year-old Iris, a young prostitute. Her performance as Iris, a child sex worker. That is sick. What a sick movie. Who made this movie? What a storyline. Oh, yeah, let's make a movie about a 12-year-old sex worker. And she won an Oscar. Ew. What is going on? That's just fucking sick. Her sister stepped in to film it too. Martin Scorsese. And she had scenes with Robert De Niro. Ew. Why? No wonder when she's 18 years old, she talks like she's 30. Mm-mm. Pedophilia right in plain sight. Martin Scorsese. Wonder what he looks like. I am disgusted. Hey, Wispy. Martin Scores. Okay, American filmmaker. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, let's make a movie about. Oh my God, he did Goodfellas, Taxi Driver, The Wolf of Wall Street, Killers of the Flower Moon, Shutter Island, The Irishman, The Departed, Silence, Raging Bull, and more. Ew. Yeah, I don't like that. Pedo. No one's gonna write us. Who wants to do that? Let's look at this. I have never seen this, nor heard about it. Robert De Niro, Martin, Harvey Keitel, Sybil Shepherd. Ew. A mentally unstable veteran works as a nighttime taxi driver. Ugh. Where the perceived decadence and sleaze fuels his urge for violent action. So I'm assuming he hooks up with Jodie, who's 12. Mm. I'm going to have to watch this. Suffering from insomnia. Ugh. And how weird that it won all these awards, right? Yeah, I don't know if I want to watch it. Oh, he tries to save her. Cool. I mean, it kind of sounds dumb. I mean, look at her outfits. How dumb. How cliche. I don't know. The age thing is what gets me. That's just disgusting. Why do we need to make a movie about a 12-year-old sex worker? Why can't we make the sex worker 18? Just kind of a weird concept, in my opinion. All right, back to the interview. Damn, we got off in a rabbit hole.
Psychiatric medications, and they helped.
Now, you are on, if I understand, a couple of medications still?
Yes.
And you have agreed that you will take them for as long as the doctors recommend, correct?
Well, I do this voluntarily. I don't have anybody telling me to take them. Because I have no court orders anymore in my life. So I voluntarily take a couple of psychiatric medications.
And Mr. Norman, we're going to get to you in the book here in just a moment, but was Jodie Foster the first person that you had a delusion about, Mr. Hinckley?
Yes.
And were there any more delusions with other people after you shot the president?
Not really. She was the only person I was ever obsessed with, and the only person I really had the big delusion with.
And Mr. Norman, you've written the book with Mr. Hinckley called Who I Am. I'm going to put a picture of it up here on the screen really quickly, and it's available at Amazon. How's the reception? Now, the book came out last year. How has the reception been, Mr. Norman?
Last year?
It's been pretty
Oh, you guys, Lindsay and OVG Pines are on point. I thought this was a new book. This book came out last year. They're segueing with the Nick Reiner situation. Bing bong.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Bing bong.
Pretty steady. It was a little iffy at first, but now that word's starting to get out, people are responding to it. I haven't had any issues. I haven't had anyone tell me, hey, you shouldn't have written this. This was a bad thing or whatever else. But it'll be interesting to see how people continue to respond to it.
That was my next question. Did anybody say, Jason, what are you doing? But nobody did, huh?
No, even when I was writing it, they never did. I mean,
Really?
I was telling people, yeah, I mean, obviously well, now, actually, that might be a bit of an overstatement.
She's got the book cover. She's got him covered up by the book. Look at her. Look at the executive producer. You suck. You failed. Why would you cover up this dude? He hasn't talked the whole time.
When I first put this together, a couple of years ago, like way before, at least a year before I'd even brought it up, a company that I have already published a couple of books with emphatically told me that they wanted to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And when I actually brought it to them, which like I said, was a year later and new people were in charge, they told me, nope, sorry, we're not going to do it. So I was scrambling around a little bit. Unfortunately, this new publishing company came around fairly quickly. So yeah, that was the only resistance that I had. Once we went in and signed the new contract with this new publishing company, then things were a little smooth. But it had a rocky start. But
Who is this guy? Jason Norman. Author. Let's see. A struggling writer. What? He looks like Ernie Shell. Is this Ernie Shell's brother? I'm Jason Norman, a struggling writer in Chesapeake, Virginia, the most happily married man alive, who's spent the past 11 years helping local college students work their own English magic in colleges across Hampton Roads. A movie nut my whole life. I got an idea almost out of nowhere a few years ago to put together some work on an area of the film world that really doesn't get too much thought except for those in it. Preparation. We see so many performers working hard to entertain us, doing their thing on stages, TV screens, and the movies. But how do they make it happen? How could the same person, from criminal to cop, from victim to killer, from fantasy to reality, back again between roles? Da 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 da. I'm a wrestling fan. I'm a horror fan. My daughter was born. Da, da, da. I documented my first year. I published I'm an Aspie daddy. Okay, welcome to our nightmares. Behind the screams, before the camera rolled, actors in action, and I'm an Aspie daddy. My first year as a father with Asperger's syndrome. Okay.
That start was smoothed out relatively quickly.
It surprised me to hear Mr. Hinckley say that some people treat him like a celebrity. I know that's not what he wants. He's not out seeking that.
Well, maybe for his music, not for
yeah. I mean,
anything else.
I'd love it would. Yeah, to be a famous musician, absolutely, but not a celebrity for what he had done in his past. Does that surprise you that people treated him like a celebrity? Want to take pictures with him and such because of what he did in his past?
I don't really I don't know if it surprises me. People have their own opinions about that, and they if they want to beat him, they beat him.
And when did the book come out again exactly?
It came out about a month ago in early December.
Okay, and I'm interested to continue to follow the.
Okay, so it came out in December of 2024. So it is new. She said last year.
The book sales. I know you're doing a big push right now, and I just want to check chat here really quickly. We do have a question that says, Mr. Hinckley, are you allowed to make money from this crime? Now, I don't know if this would be considered making money from the crime because you're talking about your life. But I don't believe back then there were any like Son of Sam laws or anything. So you have no restrictions on how you can make money as long as it's legal, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you, if you don't mind me, how do you support yourself? Are you able to hold a job?
I don't have a job. I'm 70 years old, but I make a little bit of money selling my things online. And
So in other words, us, the taxpayers, are still supporting this guy.
all the songs that I have on the streaming sites, I make some money from the streaming.
Right. Too. And like I told you earlier, I don't know about you, but I'm 67.
Sorry, December 2025. I'm still getting my years screwed up. December 2025. Sorry.
I'm like, no, I'm 20. I mean, you probably don't feel 70, right?
No.
So there's always a chance that, rock stardom could absolutely happen. So you always have to have that hope. Stacy, are there any more questions in chat or anything that you would like to bring up?
Yes. I was just wondering for John, if there was anything at the time before the incident happened that somebody could have done to help him or anything they should have done.
Gotcha. The question is, Mr.
Yeah, because the whole thing says I thought she said somewhere that this was supposed to be about prevention.
Frankly, at the time or before when the mental illness was coming on, do you know if there's anything anybody could have done for you or should have done for you that they didn't?
Well, I mean, it was hard for them to do anything for me, my parents, because I was pushing them away and living on my own. And as they did try and give me the help with the psychiatrist, but unfortunately, he was not a good psychiatrist, in my opinion. But no, to answer the question, there's really nothing anybody could have done because I was not permitting it.
And if you're just...
I wonder who the psychiatrist... This is what we have to figure out, Tricia, is who was the psychiatrist that his parents set him up with?
Us, we have John Hinckley Jr. on the phone, and at the beginning, the recommendation of the psychiatrist was they tried to give Mr. Hinckley biofeedback, and then they told his parents, do tough love, and yeah, as we know today, that is the most ridiculous thing. And John Hinckley's father testified at his trial that was his biggest regret and his worst decision, and I can imagine that tormented that poor man probably the rest of his life. Mr. Hinckley, do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have one brother, one sister.
And if somebody listening to this right now is thinking, well, where's the guarantee that he won't do this again, that he won't go back into his mental illness? How can you convince somebody that
go back into your mental illness? Tricia, you are so dumb, man. Why is she so dumb?
Why are people such idiots?
Look at this guy down here. Where is he? He's got a cord hanging down. Where is he?
That you're safe.
Well, because I live it every day. I go about my life every day and live a good, clean life, and I prove it every day that I'm that I'm safe and not a threat to anybody. And, you know, I've had my full freedom from the courts for over 3 years now, and I'm doing just fine.
We do have just a few more questions, and then we'll let you go. And again, thank you so much for being such a good sport doing this over the phone. I know it's a bit awkward. Our good friend Aspen Connor says, if there's one thing that you could say to Jodie Foster today, what would it be?
I would apologize to her for what I did to her. I mean, she was a freshman at Yale. You know,
She did not. She said, if you could say anything to Jodie Foster, what would it be? What the fuck? Oh my God, Dr. John did talk tough love, didn't he?
I know it's a bit awkward. Our good friend Aspen Connor says, if there's one thing that you could say to Jodie...
Aspen Connor, that's the bleach blonde podcast weirdo that oh. Why would he ask that? Yes, because this guy stalked Jodie Foster for years and years and years. Oh, hey, Donna. Hey, everybody coming in.
Foster today, what would it be?
I would apologize to her for what I did to her. I mean, she was a freshman at Yale University, and I just brought such an ugliness to her life with what I did. And the main thing I would do is apologize to her for what I did and just say I'm sorry.
Several people in chat want to know if you have any pets. I know you used to have a cat. Do you have any pets?
I have two cats now.
Oh, good. Well, yeah, you're lucky. Usually my cat, when he hears me talking in here, he comes in and starts yowling that he needs attention. So fortunately that didn't happen today. So I'm sure those cats bring you a lot of comfort, right?
Oh yeah, they're great cats. I mean, I'm spending all my money on cat food, it seems, but I love my cats.
That's okay. They're meant to be spoiled. And again, another personal question. Is there a significant other in your life? My significant other are my pets. That's it. So
she asked if he has a significant other. I
don't know if that's the same with you.
I would say so. I mean, right now I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have my two cats, and I guess you're right. They're my significant others.
Yes, mine too. This is a question that is interesting, and then Mr. Norman, I'll go to you. I'll go to Stacy, and then we will wrap this up. So thank you very much. Holly Locker wants to know, what in your delusion made you think that killing President Reagan would impress Jodie Foster? Where's that line of thinking there?
Well, it's just hard to explain now because I'm so rational now that it's hard to explain in a rational way the thinking. But at the time, I just thought by shooting the president, it would impress Jodie. That's the term I used back then, was impress. It would impress her that I had done this, and that she would fall in love with me and live happily ever after.
Well, Mr. Hinckley, thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you for just one more question, but I want to go to Mr. Norman, your collaborator, for one other question. The book, Who I Am, with John Hinckley. Tell us why people should buy this book.
Because it tells his whole story. It tells...
Who I Really Am. My apologies. Who I Really Am.
Wait, what?
It simply tells his whole story.
She got the name of the book wrong?
Your collaborator, for one other question. The book, Who I Am, with John Hinckley. Tell us why people should buy this book.
Because it tells his whole story. It tells...
Who I Really Am. My apologies. Who I Really Am.
It simply tells his whole story. It tells everything that he went through. It it discusses everything that he went through before his mental illness took over, and it talks about everything that he went through after his mental illness started taking over, but before he attempted to kill Reagan. And it talks about everything that he went through leading up to the trial, after the trial, his time institutionalized, his healing. It just really gives a much more thorough photo of him as a person than has ever been done. And I think that honestly, I can say
who cares?
It gives a more thorough examination of someone who has done what he did than I think has ever been done before in American history. I mean, we look at, obviously John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald didn't make it to trial, and Sirhan.
This is wild. Thank you so much, Swanee.
Nothing's ever been done on him. And then you look at other famous assassins like Mark David Chapman, or attempted assassins like the two women who tried to kill President Ford, and everything else. And obviously the man who attempted to kill Donald Trump. We'll never hear from him again. But honestly, this is about more than just him. This is just looking at a picture of taking a bigger picture of someone who has done what he did than I feel has ever been done in American history.
And so it sounds like it's a great history book as well.
Definitely.
To be able to, and again, one thing we do on this channel is we want to learn. That's why we were so excited when you approached us for this interview. It's like we can learn something from Mr. Hinckley. We lost Jason Norman. Jason, are you there?
Be back. I'll be back.
Okay, he'll be back, people. He'll be back. Mr. Hinckley, just a couple more questions. How has this book helped you heal?
Just by having to go back in my memory. A lot of it I put out of my mind for many years, and
Tricia's bringing it all back up.
Going back and reliving talking about everything that had happened in the past, it was like a therapeutic experience for me, knowing that this is all going to go into my memoir. So it's a sense of accomplishment.
And do you have any spiritual or religious beliefs?
Yes, I do. I'm a strong Christian.
And Stacy, do you have anything before we let Mr. Hinckley go?
Yes. If anyone can learn anything from his book, what is it he's hoping they will take and learn from his experience?
Mr. Hinckley, if anyone can learn anything from your book, what are you hoping that they can learn from your experience?
That people can overcome the most devastating mental illness and get their life back, and that I'm just so far removed from the person that I was in 1981, and that I've recovered my sanity. And I think by reading my book, they can see all the dark times that I had, but there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I found the light now, and things are good for me now.
And Mr. Norman, do you have any final thoughts? You're the co-collaborator on the book with Mr. Hinckley, who I really am.
Oh, no, but I'm very proud of how it came out, and I hope it has the effect that we hope it will.
Thank you. Mr. Hinckley, I can't thank you enough. You did not balk at any question. You took it and you rolled with the punches here when we had technical difficulties, and I greatly appreciate both of you, Jason Norman, John Hinckley Jr. We're going to be putting the link up in chat where your book is available. And we'll also put it on Websleuths.com. That's the true crime discussion forum. It's got a lot of people there, so we'll put it up there as well. And good luck, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being such good sports and for sticking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and have a good rest of the day.
You too now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God. Of course his microphone didn't work, Stacy.
Yeah.
His camera,
I couldn't believe it. everybody, we kept having him count to
Night,
10.
toe
He was
beans.
probably getting really frustrated. He's like, I've proven I can count to 10. It would go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it just stopped, right?
It would
Stacey?
start cutting out.
I thought it was
Yeah.
his
And then it would
camera.
cut out completely. We had him log back in, and well, I'm wondering if this is like one of the first ones they've done since they've started this push. So maybe they can get it fixed. But he was using his phone as a camera and a microphone. So I think that was the problem. So I mean, you guys, if I was just like rattled, please forgive me, because
I am too, Breezen. I don't want that to go without being said. That he wasn't obsessed with an adult Jodie Foster. He was obsessed with her because of the movie that she was 12 years old in. He's a pedo. Let's call it what it is. Adult men that are, right? Isn't that what they're called? PDFs? Adult men that are attracted to little girls. But then we had a little girl in a movie being portrayed as a child sex worker. So what do we expect? We put out movies where a 12-year-old works as a child sex worker, and then we're appalled by what Rex Heuermann did. It's so fucking weird to me. It's so weird to me that our entertainment would involve something so exploitive and grotesque. I mean, isn't the sex worker like theme bad enough? Like, can we just make them at least adults? Gross. And we know those people don't change. Those people who are attracted to underage children don't change. They don't get better.
I had all these questions set. I had all this big dramatic stuff planned that I was going to present, and it just all went to hell. So thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Stacey, what do you think?
That I can't even describe it.
That's
I'm
okay.
shocked.
You're like me. You sound just like me. We're such a great pair.
It was so amazing to hear from him and about the delusions and the book, which, I told you I'd always wondered about the Catcher in the Rye book, because a few shooters have had that book on them at the time. And just to actually hear from him about it, I can't describe it.
Well, and again, people, we're not glorifying what he did.
No.
So please don't think that at all. But this is different. This is a mental illness that was a delusion. And again, we have to learn. Look how much we've learned since then. Hell, his parents were told, his parents were told, do tough love. So they did. They thought, well, we'll do what the experts say.
Do your research.
They kicked him out, wouldn't give him any money, And then the biofeedback crap that they did. None of that. But we've learned that. And I'm just, I think that is pretty incredible that he's putting it all out there, And no, go ahead.
And that's what I mean by it's just unreal, because for me, this is an opportunity to learn, because how many incidents are there today? And most of the people that have done shootings are not here with us anymore.
Right.
To, say what were they going through, or to be studied or anything, so we can learn from them. And another thing, so listening to him talk about the tough love thing that was recommended, this is a prime example of something I talked to you a while back, that
here comes the segue.
So many times when somebody has a child and they show, they'd be called symptoms, but
shut up, Stacey. Do you guys want to see what Jodie Foster looked like in that movie? I'm going to show you. This is what John Hinckley Jr. was obsessed with in the Taxi Driver movie, which in turn made him follow her across the country, stalk her, leave notes at her door. And mind you, He was obsessed with this character as a 12-year-old sex worker. The character was also 12. She was the same age as the character in the movie. He admits this is what made him obsessed. No one can learn a thing from this guy. Yeah, she's 12. Sure is. That's a poster. That was a poster from the movie.
A lot of times people will label them, oh, they're just drama, or they have behavior issues, and they treat those which are symptoms, the acting out and things like that. They treat that. But if you can find what the disorder is and treat that, those symptoms go away. But so many times they're mistaken for the person just being a troublemaker. And that's a big problem.
Stacey,
And
get a
that's
freaking
where
mic.
his parents were told to do the tough love, which was on his symptoms, like he's just misbehaving. Just, you got to stop that part. We got to treat the disorder or the disease, and then the symptoms will dissipate. And that's, you just being labeled like that isn't helping anybody.
Absolutely. Again, would you treat...
And this bitch right here says, Ashley Banfield, do your research. Shut the fuck up. You're going to platform this fucking weirdo scumbag?
The infection with tough love. Would you treat a brain tumor with tough love? No, of course not. Of course not. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
you're a joke.
Oh my gosh, guys, I'm just so frustrated that didn't happen on camera. It's when I really, do you know how many times I've wanted to pick up this computer and throw it out the window? Although
the warning signs, according to Stacy, the uninsightful one. Oh, they're troublemakers. Shut up.
I think it was his phone that was the problem. But still, it was, I think we learned a lot. And I'm glad to hear that he is still very remorseful. He's not trying to, make it less what he did. He's not trying to lessen his responsibility at all. He's taking full responsibility for it. And he is saying how sorry he is. And that's all he can do. That's all he can do.
Okay, Tricia.
So,
and he's just
you know what I might do if I was him? I might get out from underneath all the court orders, change my fucking name, and go live out the rest of my life being the best person I can be. Not grifting off this sick, sad, disgusting story. Doing a book tour, admitting that you became obsessed with an actress because you saw her as a 12-year-old in a movie.
We saw him on camera first and talked with him. He looked great. Very healthy.
He did. He looked really good. Yeah, he looked very healthy. And again, good sport, because some
good sport? What?
People would just go, I'm not going to do this crap, So anyway, it was crazy. Anybody else have any comments in chat that we're going to do our live stream tonight? So don't forget that, everybody. Let me just run up here and see if there's anything else.
Despicable.
I thought that was interesting about how Mark David Chapman. Don't forget that, everybody. Let me just run up here and see if there's anything else. I thought that was interesting about how Mark David Chapman really influenced him, in the shooting, in actually wanting to do it.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Well, and what it was theorized about Mark David Chapman and Catcher in the Rye, which is a book he had, and so did John Hinckley, and so did one other one. Wasn't it the one that shot Rebecca Schaefer?
Yes,
he had it as well.
Cross stitching bitchin'. I am vowing this year to call out all of the PDF and predators that I can. I hope you're here for it, babe, because I am here for it. Shame on you, Tricia Griffith, and shame on you, Stacy. I'm not going to give them the that they didn't do their research. Shame on you. Was LM deployed to Delphi in the same mind manipulation that we are seeing right now? Probably. All for the love of money.
Yeah.
And she is one of the reasons that shooting that a lot of laws changed here in California.
Mhm.
Like you can't just go to DMV and get people's address from their license plate number anymore.
Like they could before,
That's how
right.
he tracked Rebecca down and found her.
Mhm.
Tricia and John Hinckley sitting in a tree.
Exactly. And anyway,
K-I-S-S-I-N.
Hold on.
it was theorized at Mark David Chapman's.
Hold on. We just Shar. We just got a cooter chat from Shar. Hold on. Let's replay it.
Tricia and John Hinckley sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N.
Tricia, John Hinckley, K-I-S-S-I-N-G. First comes love, then comes marriage. Oh, we can't have a little Hinckley in the baby carriage. I am so excited about this.
Trial or court hearing or one of those. That Catcher in the Rye is a coming of age story, and it's a story where they have a 16-year-old who's narrating it. That he wanted,
thank you,
in his crazy mind, he wanted John Lennon to stay young and not, didn't like what he was doing with his music in,
Here's another
in the
picture.
late 70s, and wanted him to stay in that young place. And I thought maybe, then I thought, no, I think Mark David Chapman just wanted to be famous. I really do. I don't know if it was as much mental illness as he just wanted to be famous.
Look at her.
Yeah,
she looks like a 12-year-old girl there. That is a scene from the movie, and I will play the trailer. Thank you again, everybody, for your support today.
Connor says, I'd love to hear Reagan's children's perspectives on Hinckley now. Now, I do know, I believe it was Reagan's daughter that supported Hinckley's
Patty.
release.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I can't remember about the boys. I'll have to look that up again.
You should have looked it up before the show.
His one adopted son just died.
Yeah. Yep.
And so it would be Ronald Jr. is the one to, he may have,
Well,
and again,
the release was a while ago before he passed away. So
right. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it was in 2003.
Oh, no,
when he got his first furlough home.
Listen, they just totally spreaded misinformation. Listen what they say.
Connor says, I'd love to hear Reagan's children's perspectives on Hinckley now.
Connor, listen.
Now, I do know, I believe it was Reagan's daughter that supported Hinckley's release.
You are so
And,
stupid. Look, she said Reagan's daughter supported Hinckley's release. Look, no, the Reagan family did not support John Hinckley Jr.'s release. While son Michael Reagan expressed forgiveness and approval, daughter Patty Davis strongly opposed it. And the Reagan Foundation officially voiced opposition, believing that Hinckley remained a threat. Why do you guys not know anything? Why are you so fucking stupid?
Why are people such idiots?
Unbelievable. Patty Davis strongly opposed his release. And this picture, she looks like a 12-year-old girl going through puberty. And you know what? John Hinckley Jr., you're a sick motherfucker. Sick motherfucker. She did not think this guy should get out. Dumb fucks. Oh, I think his daughter with a mouthful of marbles. Okay, listen what she says.
Children's perspectives on Hinckley now. Now, I do know, I believe it was Reagan's daughter that supported Hinckley's release.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nope.
And I can't remember about the boys. I'll have to look that up again.
They said for a fact that his daughter supported Hinckley's release. No. Patty Davis strongly opposed it. And the Reagan Foundation officially voiced opposition.
Well, his one adopted son just died.
Yeah. Yep.
And so it would be Ronald Jr. is the one to, he may have,
No, dumbasses. Michael Reagan. He forgave. Good God.
And
The
again,
release was a while ago before he
Right.
passed away. So the
right. Oh, that's true.
issues-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it
They're
was in
idiots,
2003
Tricia.
when he got his first
Idiots.
furlough home, and everybody was so mad. And that's when some of the laws changed to guilty but insane. And now there are some states that if you're found guilty, you're kept until you are made, until you have had enough treatment that you're not considered insane anymore. And then you have to serve your sentence. And, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Well, you typically, so when they go to a hospital, if they're go through court and they're sentenced, and then they go to a hospital for the criminally insane or insane, then whether you're released or not, that it ends with the judge because of that. So the hospital can go to the court and say, okay, we feel they're better. And like Neil says, restore to competency, but it will be up to a judge.
Right. Well,
whether that
here's,
goes
yeah.
through. Yeah.
And that's the term I was looking for. Thank you, Neil Campbell. Thank you. We have so many smart people. But I love how people can interpret my babbling. I appreciate that. Thank you. You all speak babbling Tricia now. Thank you very much. But there are, I do remember specifically there are laws, and I don't know in which state, that once you are restored to competency, then you have to serve a prison sentence for your crime. Again, I don't know what states they are, but there was a lot of laws
after he
that
got
changed.
his competency.
Sometimes there's overreaction to the laws, but you know what I forgot to ask him? Damn it, was about the gun. I knew there was something. I had all these great questions, and then I had to hold the phone, and it just kind of threw me off when the microphone didn't work. So,
yeah. And then Aspen had messaged me.
Shut up, Aspen. Okay, since you guys didn't like the AI overview, here it is. Patty Davis on Freedom for Dad. Ronald Reagan's attempted assassin. She says, you just have to live with the fear. She says that she's not comfortable with it. In my mind's eye, she said, I will always picture Hinckley's cold eyes as he blew open White House Press Secretary Jim Brady's head, as he wounded Secret Service Special Agent Tim McCarthy and Metro Police Department Officer Thomas Delonte. She said, I will always picture my father being shoved into the limousine after a shot struck his lung and nearly grazed his heart. She doesn't believe John Hinckley feels remorse and that he and his attorney have worked the system from the beginning, finding a judge that was sympathetic to them. So no. And then it says the Reagan Foundation, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, released a statement on Monday expressing its disappointment with the decision in the Hinckley case. The AI overview gets it from all these sources, so. Crazy. Tricia, you're crazy.
Earlier asked me to ask if he had ever spoken to the Tim McCarthy or their family, but he answered
We
that
can't even hear you, Stacy.
Oh, no.
yeah.
Still?
Can you switch your flipper dipper doodad thing? Please. I'll wait for you to do that. Aspen Connor says Tim McCarthy continued on as a Secret Service agent for another 12 years, serving both Bush and Clinton after Reagan. Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, press secretary did not do well at all. Hold on. Grab my notes.
Grab your notes. The press secretary did not do well at all.
Here we go. Just a second. Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. I just want to grab
He was
something here really
paralyzed,
quickly.
Tricia.
Hang on, people. Hang on. We'll be right back.
Huh?
I'm not going anywhere. But hang on just a second here. James Brady, that's the name I was trying to remember. He had a horrible time. You know, he was in pain for, I think, the whole time. And he had to look.
He was paralyzed. Oh my God, she doesn't even know, y'all. She didn't even look at what happened to the victims. Oh, the Clintons are refusing to testify in the Epstein hearings. Big surprise. And guess what? There'll be no repercussions for it.
Learn to walk again. He couldn't talk. It was awful.
He had to learn to walk again. He was paralyzed, Tricia. He couldn't talk. He had to learn what? Dude, you're a hack. You are both hacks. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. What you are witnessing is hacks.
A horrible time. You know, he was in pain for, I think, the whole time. And he had to learn to walk again. He couldn't talk. It was awful because he was shot in the head. And he was left partially paralyzed. And then he literally did die from his complications. So it, again, just very, very, very sad. Are you back, Miss Stacy?
Yikes.
I do, you know what? I do write everything down, Vanessa Joy. I swear I do. And I don't forget, but then I have 8 zillion notes. And sometimes it's just hard to get everything. So yeah, I had it all written down here, but the notes had fallen down. So
are you a little defensive? They didn't even say anything bad.
I had everything written down. But again, it was just kind of hard to hold this microphone and to make sure you guys could hear. And there she is. Oh, Offie's here. Where'd you go? Offie, are you here?
Thank you, Allie.
Let's see, there's Scrappy Joe, my meatloaf.
She did it.
Oh,
with
here's
me.
Offie. He's right behind me.
You gotta double those.
There's my boy. He's trying to snuggle with Scrappy Joe, and Scrappy's like, "Leave me alone." Hi, baby. Hi, sweetie. You guys were good boys during this. Thank you very much. Let's see. I write stuff down. I have alarms. I have a huge, one of those huge boards that you write stuff on and wipe it off, and it's a big calendar. I mean, I swear, it just everywhere. There's notes everywhere. I look like an insane. Speaking of insanity, my house looks like an insane person. There's notes everywhere. So he did suffer greatly from his injuries, and said he felt terribly guilty, you know. And he's again. What can you do? He was insane. He was literally insane. His brain was broken. So
brain was broken.
Stacy, do you have any other thoughts? Thank you. Whiteboard. See, everybody understands Tricia speak when I'm babbling. Let me get you the link here in case anybody does want to buy his book at Amazon really quickly.
By the way, James Brady never walked again.
So while I'm doing that, if you could just chit chat for a moment, Stacy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go grab
had
a
asked me earlier if
Aspen. What
John
why is this Aspen all over their chat tonight?
had ever talked to the McCarthy family or Tim himself, and so Hinckley did answer that, though he said he hasn't had contact with any of the victims. So
yeah, he did say that he would have wanted to, but he didn't think they'd want to hear from him. But he has apologized. You know, he's apologized over and over and over again.
And the fact that he said he didn't contact them because he feels they wouldn't want to hear from him shows he's thinking about their feelings, not his own.
Exactly.
He wants to apologize and get that off his chest. He's thinking of how they would feel. And that's a good sign.
That is a good sign. And I found it interesting that he gives credit to a woman that he fell in love with at the hospital for making him whole again, which is very interesting. I also found it really interesting that he was treated like a celebrity in the hospital, you know, and that everybody was really, really nice to him. So, Wendy Wobbles, thank you so much. Says I had no issues hearing him. Thank you. I was so worried about that.
Wendy
but here is the
Wobble.
link to Who I Really Am. Sorry, guys. Let me just do this really quickly here.
Breeze,
Who
me too.
I really
We
am.
all are annoyed together.
Okay. Oh, what is this?
Aspen's part of the
No.
operation.
That's
I
not,
can get down
it's
with
trying
that.
to correct me.
Aspen was on
Hold on.
the hold
Trying to-
on. Aspen was on the Sebastian Rogers America's Most Wanted. Do you guys remember?
Correct me with the grammar, but that's the name. Where the hell? Oh, there they are.
Yeah, it's John Hinckley Jr., Who I Really Am.
Yeah.
Is the whole title. So I don't know if that'll help or not.
Yeah, Who I Really Am. I've got the link here, so it's not letting me. It's trying to correct my grammar.
Yeah.
So it's like, stop it. And here is the link. The Amazon links are so large that we have to make them a tiny link. So here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Cat Ride 3. Thank you guys so much. I know Cat Ride 3, when his microphone wasn't working, and I said, I'm sorry, we're going to have to do this by phone, I thought he would just go, forget it. He's like this little I'm done.
pussy.
Because he didn't seem too happy. I'll be honest, but I don't blame him one single bit, but he was a good sport about it. So
I'll show
I will
you.
admit I'm very impressed.
I'll show you. Aspen Connor. He's got a true crime podcast. Aspen Connor, True Crime Redefined. This is him. Hold on. That's him. I don't know how these people get popular, but somehow they do. Here he is. He's literally taking screenshots of himself. Dude, I don't know. These people are all a bunch of fucking weirdos to me.
With his
Openness.
Openness and accepting responsibility, and not trying to excuse anything.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
Even though he was found not guilty because of mental illness, but and he's trying to live his best life, trying to help others. It's all good. I mean, I don't know what else the guy can do, but I get it, especially if the families don't want to forgive him. I completely understand.
You do.
And I understand why people are still mad. I do. So yes, Lynn Gentui is very remorseful. Very, very remorseful. So yeah, unlike Megan's dumb cousin, Lori, exactly. So well, Purple Daisy, he said that the reason why he thought he was treated that way is he was all over the TV. I mean, you got to realize this. I was like 20 years old back then. And when this happened, it was, it was massive. You can't imagine how massive it was.
Can't imagine.
Because all of these people that were shot, and it, his obsession with Jodie Foster, it was massive for years. So he goes into the hospital, and these patients have been watching the news day in and day out, all about John Hinckley, and there he is. And he said that's what caused his celebrity in the hospital. So,
In the prisons, a lot of times, like where my dad worked, if somebody's all over TV for a trial or whatever, there are always people that will ingratiate themselves towards you.
exactly.
Prisoners, it's really common in prisons as well. And then there's the ones that will absolutely hate you, either because they're jealous because your attention, or they might think you think you're special because you're all over TV.
Mm-hmm.
But, a lot of people will ingratiate themselves to them, and that may be confusing for some, but you have to think about it. In a prison, it's criminal mentality.
Exactly. Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Little different.
It is. Okay, everybody. I'll put the link to his book and the link to his YouTube channel in the description of this video. And we'll be back tonight. I don't know what's going on in the real world today because I just got up and was just working on this. Is there anything big that happened that I should know about, Stacy, that you've seen?
Uerman's trial date was set.
Oh, Rex Uerman, and that was set in September, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the date?
I'm double checking if it just said September or...
It's in the fall. Dum-dum. You never know
Madam
anything.
Whipass is here. Yay. Madam Whipass says, I was 13 years old when Reagan was shot. I remember reading the newspaper, and Reagan looked at the doctors and said, I hope you're all Republicans.
Oh, well, Madam Whipass, you would have been right up John Hinckley's alley. Look at, she says I was 13 when Reagan was shot. Yep, he would have liked you too, Madam Whipass. Weirdos.
I remember that. That was pretty funny.
That is hilarious.
I know. It's like, how can you think to joke? That's pretty dang good.
Yeah. I was born in 73.
Oh my
when
God.
this happened, I was watching it on.
She's my age. I was born in 73. Stacy. Do you have a mouthful of marbles? You sound 80.
The news with my dad when it happened, and it was quite shocking. It affected me a lot. So for my generation, that was the first major event of that nature.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
It was a really big deal. Yeah.
Neil Campbell, you're so right. People did selfies with OJ. You know, it's like, now see that one,
OJ was a famous football player. Oh my God. Dude, they're such idiots.
Again, he's passed away, but if they're, you know, if I had a chance to interview OJ, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to.
No.
Because
You wouldn't interview OJ? Come on, you just interviewed John Hinckley Jr. on the phone. You wouldn't interview OJ? Girl, you'd give your frizzy hair and your Websleuths fucking neon sign to interview OJ if you would have had the chance. Shut up.
You know, God,
I don't have love for Reagan, Lindsay. That is all, it's all, like you said, handcrafted.
It's a whole different animal.
You're not going to learn anything from him.
No,
He won't tell the truth. So
exactly.
You know, you can't learn from him.
Yeah, that is very true. Okay, I think that's it. Stace, anything else?
What?
It is very true. Okay, exactly.
You know, you're not going to learn anything. No.
You know,
you're not going to learn anything from OJ, but you're going to learn from John Hinckley Jr.
That's a whole different animal.
You're not going to learn anything from him.
No.
He's dead
he won't
now.
tell the truth. So
exactly.
Right. He's dead now, Stacy. The time came and went.
You know, you can't learn from him.
Yeah, that is very true. Okay, I think that's it. Stace, anything else?
Not right now. I'll remember it after we.
Yeah, of course. I'll remember it. I wish there was a way that we could just jump back on live really quickly and have you all be here at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot something. But we'll be back. We're gonna go and scour the world for the latest in true crime. Don't forget to check out websleuths.com, the very best place for all your true crime discussion needs. Okay, Stacy, thank you so much. You did a great job. To our wonderful mods, thank you, Lynn Jen too. Thank you, Detective's Daughter. Were there any other mods there? I don't want to leave anybody out.
I'm not sure they'll survive.
I don't know. Well, again, thank you to all of our mods, including Lynn Jen 2, Detective's Daughter, Four Sons Mom, Moonlight View, Love and Coco, Lisha Gallegos, and who did I leave out? Let's see. Did I get everybody? Let's see. Lynn Jen, Detective's Daughter,
Shut
Love
up.
and Coco,
Are they
Four
done?
Sons Mom. There, I've left. Oh, did I? Oh gosh, who did I forget?
Well,
I better.
Uda is no longer moderating.
Who?
Uda.
No, I didn't. Yeah, so it's 6. Okay, it's Lynn Jen 2.
Oh, we
Four
booted
Sons
her.
Mom, Detective's Daughter, Moonlight View. Oh, I got everybody. Moonlight View, Love and Coco, and Alicia Gallegos. I did get everybody. Okay. We're going to be back tonight, 10:30 Eastern. We'll see you then on Websleuths YouTube Live. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Those two are dumb as stumps. I do have some information, though, that I wanted to read to you. Okay. So I put into Chat GPT. All right, you guys are going to like this. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, Tricia. I went deeper. I was ready for this one. Uda? I don't know. Uda reputed the beauty. All right, check this out. This was going to be part of my presentation. All right, so hold on. All right, so I said, can you compare with what we know about John Hinckley to the recent interview on the YouTube Websleuths channel? I know it's 1 a.m. It's crazy. I probably won't be live early tomorrow. But anyways, this is great. Okay. It says, yes, I watched and reviewed what's publicly known as about the recent Websleuths YouTube interview and compared it to the documented record of John Hinckley Jr. Below is a clear side-by-side analysis. All right. So the premise is no question off the table. Focus on learning warning signs and promoting understanding of mental illness. That comes from theirs, okay? So he was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, severe delusional fixation, and personality pathology. And how it's framed in the interview is Hinckley presents himself as fully stabilized, reflective and remorseful, and insightful about his past illness. He emphasizes treatment success and recovery. The interview centers on who he is now, while the record shows how extreme and untreated his illness was at the time. A gap that risks minimizing the severity of the original danger. So the interview tone was he repeatedly regrets, shames, desire to educate. The language subtly shifts focus from harm caused to personal growth. It says, while remorse is expressed, the irreversibility of harm, especially to James Brady, is not emphasized proportionally. Now, in the interview, Brady is acknowledged. Discussion is brief, but the emotional weight remains centered on Hinckley's life trajectory. But James Brady was shot in the head. He lived with a severe disability until his death. And when he died, his death was ruled a homicide linked to the shooting. The Jodie Foster obsession. What the record shows. Years-long stalking behavior, letters, calls, campus presence, core motivator for the assassination attempt. In the interview, Hinckley frames it as delusional fantasy detached from his current identity and no indication of lingering fixation. But notably, there is no independent verification beyond clinical reports that the obsession fully resolved. Only court acceptance. Down here, it says media access and rehabilitation narrative. Free of all court supervision, publishing memoirs, appearing on major platforms, monetizing music and art. The Websleuths interview is part of a broader reputation rehabilitation arc, whether intentional or not. What's missing or softened? From a true crime analysis perspective, there is limited focus on warning signs ignored before the shooting, institutional failures, and victim-centered storytelling. Heavy reliance on self-reporting from Hinckley. The concern isn't that Hinckley spoke, it's how easily narrative control shifts when the perpetrator becomes the primary storyteller. That's especially sensitive in true crime spaces where victims are often overshadowed. And I think absolutely 150% that the victims were definitely overshadowed in this situation yet again. Yet again. Thank you for voting in the poll. It looks like Websleuths won, and we did that one tonight. We ended up doing it, lady. So it looks like the next one up is Jerry Holman and Wowen. That's going to be our next live stream. And then on Friday night, we're going to be live taking calls on Jay is for Justice regarding the Tepe murders. It was pretty spot on, 100%. Telling you. I'm telling you, but I've got one more thing I wanted to read. His childhood. I think this is kind of interesting because we wonder where did he come from, right? So he was born in Ardmore, Oklahoma. He moved with his wealthy family to Dallas when he was 4. His dad was John Warnock Hinckley Sr., founder, chairman, and CEO of the Vanderbilt Energy Corp. His mother was Joanne Hinckley Moore. So his dad died in 2008, his mom in 2021. His father was a financial supporter of George H.W. Bush in the 1980 election campaign. Bush was Reagan's biggest rival for the Republican Party's presidential nomination. Hinckley's older brother, Scott, who became vice president of the father's oil company after graduating from college, was supposed to have dinner at Neil Bush's house the day after the assassination attempt. The connection between the two families has occasionally been used for conspiracy theories, for example, by Roger Stone. I'll have to look into that further. He grew up in University Park, Texas. He graduated in 1973. His family, the owners of the Hinckley Oil Company, moved to Evergreen, Colorado. He was an on and off student at Texas Tech from 1974 to 1980, but dropped out. Then in 1975, he went to L.A. in the hope of becoming a songwriter. His efforts were unsuccessful, and he wrote to his parents with tales of misfortune and pleas for money. He spoke of a girlfriend, Lynn Collins, who turned out to be a fabrication. In September of 1976, he returned to his parents' home in Evergreen. 1975 and 1976. Isn't that when Bush was the head of the CIA? '76 to 1977. He was the head of the CIA. In the late 1970s, early 1980s, Hinckley began purchasing weapons and practicing with them. He was prescribed antidepressants and tranquilizers to deal with his emotional problems. He said all he got was this therapy. 1 killed, 3 injured, 2 stalked. Hinckley developed an infatuation with Iris, a sexually trafficked 12-year-old child, played by Jodie Foster. Hinckley began to adopt the dress and mannerisms of the Travis Bickle character. When Foster entered Yale, Hinckley moved to New Haven, Connecticut, to stalk her. His parents had given him funds to attend a writing course at Yale. He never enrolled in the course, but used the money to support himself, sending Foster love letters and romantic poems, repeatedly calling and leaving her messages. He also fantasized about conducting an aircraft hijacking or killing himself in front of her for attention. Eventually settled on a scheme to impress her by assassinating the president, thinking that achieving a place in history, he would appeal to her as an equal. He also trailed President Jimmy Carter from state to state during his campaign for the 1980 U.S. presidential election. Got within 20 feet of him at the rally in Dayton, Ohio. On October 9th, 1980, Hinckley was in Nashville. On the same day Carter was visiting the city, he was arrested at the airport. What the fuck? He was arrested at the Nashville International Airport trying to board a flight to New York with handcuffs and 3 unloaded guns in his hand luggage. The airport police handed him to the Metro Nashville Police Department. His guns and handcuffs were confiscated, and his fine was $50. He was released the same day. After Nashville, Hinckley flew to Dallas. On October 13th, he bought more guns from a Dallas pawn shop. That included the .22 caliber Rom RG-14 revolver he used 5 months later to attempt the assassination of Reagan. The $3,600 from his parents was now exhausted, and he returned home penniless. He spent 4 months undergoing psychiatric treatment for depression, but he did not improve. He began to target the newly elected President Ronald Reagan. For this purpose, he collected material on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Now, he just told Tricia that the killing of John Lennon was his, whatever you call that. Hinckley was initially held at Marine Corps Base Quantico, where he met his defense lawyer, Vincent Fuller. He was quickly moved to Federal Correctional Complex Butner. For 4 months, he was interviewed by both prosecution and defense. During his incarceration, he tried to kill himself twice. In May and November of '81, at the trial, the government emphasized Hinckley's premeditation of the shooting, noting that he had purchased a gun, trailed President Reagan, traveled to Washington, D.C., left a note detailing his plan, selected particularly devastating ammunition, and fired 6 shots. The defense argued that Hinckley's actions and his obsession with Foster indicated he was legally insane. The trial was chiefly devoted to a battle of the psychiatric experts concerning Hinckley's mental state. Good morning, Potato. We went deep tonight, Potato. The trial was chiefly devoted to a battle of the psychiatric experts concerning Hinckley's mental state. Because he was charged in federal court, the prosecution was required to prove his sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. For the defense, William T. Carpenter diagnosed Hinckley with schizophrenia, testified for 3 days, opining that Hinckley had amalgamated various personalities from fiction to real life, including Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver and John Lennon. This would be like a John Matthias thing. Carpenter concluded that Hinckley could not emotionally appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions because he was consumed by the prospect of a, quote, magical unification with Jodie Foster. David Baer testified that Hinckley's actions followed the very opposite of logic and that Hinckley did not exhibit signs of malingering. Baer said his opinion was supported by a CAT scan of Hinckley's brain. Blah, blah, blah. Below average IQ. The prosecution testified their doctor said he had dysthymia and 3 types of personality disorder, narcissistic, schizoid, and mixed with borderline and passive-aggressive features. Said there was no indication he was so impaired that he could not appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. Another doctor, Sally Johnson, said she interviewed him more than any other doctor. She said he planned the shooting and he was preoccupied with being famous. The jury deliberated for a total of 24 hours over the course of 4 days. Soon after his trial, Hinckley wrote that the shooting was, quote, the greatest love offering in the history of the world, and was disappointed that Foster did not reciprocate his love. Oh, In 1985, his parents wrote Breaking Points, a book detailing their son's mental condition. His parents wrote a book in 1984. So he was at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C. Oh my God, he was interviewed in 83 by Penthouse. In 83, he told Penthouse that on a normal day, he would see a therapist, answer mail, play guitar, listen to music, play pool, watch television, eat lousy food, and take delicious medication. Around 86, Hinckley and the hospital began seeking various conditional releases. The Reagan family spoke out against these requests. In 86, the judge denied Hinckley's request to be transferred to a less restrictive ward. In 87, the hospital requested that Hinckley be given a 12-hour unescorted pass, allowing him to visit his parents on Easter. Oh, God. He also wrote to serial killer Ted Bundy, sought out the address of Charles Manson, and received a letter from Manson family member Lynette Fromm. What? And then in 2003, he started getting out for longer time. Oh, my God. Then in 2011, he got to live with his mom. Or 2016. Okay. On July 27, 2016, a federal judge ruled that Hinckley could be released from St. Elizabeth's, as he was no longer considered a threat to himself or others. Patty Davis, one of Reagan's daughters, and then presidential candidate Donald Trump both denounced Hinckley's release. Donald Trump even said, don't let him out. Let's see what he said. Let's go. Donald Trump on Hinckley release. I wonder if he said anything like, I don't think he said anything out loud. What's the Hinckley report? What's the Hinckley report? It says something about Utah. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found the clip. Thank God for the internet. All right, 10 seconds and we'll... Oh, shit, you guys can't see it. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. I was just reading something, but... Hold on.
I think that's a... And by the way, David Hinckley should not have been freed, okay?
Isn't his name John Hinckley? He called him David! Why are they so stupid? Is it a magazine? He said David Hinckley. He's so stupid. Why are they all so stupid? David Hinckley. That just goes to show they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know shit. David Hinckley.
And by the way, David Hinckley should not have been freed, okay? David Hinckley was just released. I think that's a... John Hinckley.
He said it twice. They're like, John. It's John. This is in 2016.
I think that John Hinckley, excuse me, John Hinckley should not have been freed. I just heard about it 2 seconds. In my opinion.
David Hinckley. David Hinckley should not have been released. Oh, man. They never cease to disappoint. I want to hear it again. What'd you screenshot? What's going on? That's some funny shit. Hold on, let's listen again.
David Hinckley should not have been freed, okay? David Hinckley was just released. I think that's a John Hinckley. I think that John Hinckley, John Hinckley should not have been freed.
He's like David Hinckley.
David Hinckley was just released.
He's so stupid.
And by the way, David Hinckley should not have been freed, okay? David Hinckley was just released. I think that's a John Hinckley. I think that John Hinckley, John Hinckley should not have been freed. I just heard about it 2 seconds. In my opinion.
You don't even know who he is. Oh my God. Okay, so then let's go back to what we were reading. On July 17, 2024, following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, Hinckley tweeted, "Violence is not the way to go. Give peace a chance." Wow, they made a band after him. Hardcore punk band named Jodie Foster's Army. Roots in Arizona. Yep, I'm going to be probably going deeper in this rabbit hole. I'll let you guys know what I find. Oh, let's look at his shit that he sells. His bullshit. Asbestos Records released some of Hinckley's song on vinyl. Asbestos Records? An independent label in Stratford, Connecticut? Wow, the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones and the Dropkick Murphys. They might be giants. They released John Hinckley's album Redemption. Here's a freaking LP. Look, sold out. Oh, you can still get the colored vinyl if you hurry. He sold out. He sold out the red and blue vinyl. Asbestos Records. $25. All right, so we were going to go to YouTube and we're going to watch the Taxi Driver trailer because I haven't seen that.
Because of that, he was a huge political figure in America. Gene was...
Okay, here we go.
Second call, 404 Hamilton, 417. 195, Alfano, 448.
De Niro. In Bang the Drum Slowly, the critics called him a brilliant new talent. After Mean Streets, they said he was a genius. For his performance in The Godfather Part 2, they gave him the Academy Award.
Come on, man.
On the Edge of Madness.
Tabby, just forget about this. It's nothing.
Taxi Driver, a film by Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, people do anything in front of a taxi driver. I mean, anything. People too cheap to rent. Not even there. It's like, you know, like a taxi driver doesn't even exist.
This city here is like an open sewer, you know? It's full of filth and scum.
I think I know what you mean, Travis. But it's not gonna be easy.
Them guys get to be a Secret Service man. What? I was just curious, because I thought maybe I'd make a good one.
Getting ready. Getting organized. Preparing himself for the only
That taxi driver's been staring at us.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
I don't know who's weirder, you or me.
You talking to me?
Who the hell else are you talking? Talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here.
I don't believe I've ever met anyone quite like you.
Oh, yeah?
You will never see a more chilling performance than this. Robert De Niro in Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
That is the dumbest trailer I've ever seen. Oh, God. It's on YouTube. Official 40th anniversary reissue. They actually brought it back. They didn't think it was bad enough the first time. They did a 40th anniversary reissue 9 years ago. No one saw anything wrong with this. Look at, watched it on the big screen. Dude, it's about a 12-year-old. A classic.
All the animals come out at night. Someday I'll row.
Okay, that's what's wrong with society then, that this is considered a classic. It should be banned. It should be something we say, oh, we'll never do this again. Instead, we glorify it. Even though it was wrong, even though times have changed, here we still sit and glorify this kind of shit.
Rain will come and wash all this scum off the streets.
Oh, there she is. 12 years old. 12 years old. I don't have a favorite movie. National Lampoon's Vacation. Other than that, I hate movies. What does that mean, a cult classic? I never liked that. I never liked that term, cult. Look at her top. You can basically see her breast. She's 12. She's fucking 12. Right. Times have evolved, but here we are doing a 40th anniversary.
Talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here.
You're only as healthy as you feel. You're only as healthy as you feel.
See, there's Jodie Foster in the background. See her in the red shoes? 12. It's either her or the girl next to her. Look, 12.
Only as healthy as you feel.
Brooke Shields did Blue Lagoon. How old was she in Blue Lagoon? It's gross, man. It's just, it's like we're evolving, but we're not. I can't believe it's considered a classic. I would never think of that. Oh, Jodie Foster's fond memories of Taxi Driver on Conan. Here we go. This ought to be good.
Such an incredible career. You've done so much incredible work. And it all really started, if I'm right, it really started, like, jump-started with Taxi Driver, didn't it?
Well...
You had been working before that, but Taxi Driver sort of was a stratospheric
That was the big
change.
launch. It was a beautiful movie. It was the 70s and the golden age of filmmaking. And I guess it was surprising that I played a prostitute in the movie.
You played a very young prostitute in the film. We have a picture of you here from that film, and it was hard to believe it was 40 years ago. You just did a panel with the director, Martin Scorsese, and the cast. Is that right?
And the cast, Robert De Niro, Harvey Keitel, Sybil Shepherd, Paul Schrader, the writer was there. Yeah, it was great.
What was it like for you to be there and be talking to these people that you knew? I mean, you were a kid when you knew them, and now here you are all these years later. Did a lot of fun memories come back? Was it a fun panel to do?
It was a fun panel. I mean, you know, they're the same with each other as they ever were. They're kind of a funny little dysfunctional family, and Martin Scorsese's just, you know, adorable. He's very giggly, and he's sort of like a little cartoon character, and he just, you know, keeps talking really fast. And
his eyebrows go really quickly, and he talks quickly, and he gets like animated. He's animated, and he's like, I always think of him as one of those little birds that lands, you know?
Yes.
It like lands outside your window, it looks around, and it says, I gotta go, and then it takes off. That, to me, is Martin Scorsese.
Yes, and Robert De Niro is sort of the monosyllabic guy. Yeah, still is.
Okay, and how weird is this? Hold on. Listen, hear me out. If I had my tinfoil hat, I'd put it on. Here's Conan O'Brien sitting with Jodie Foster, who this mentally ill guy went and shot 4 people for her, right? Then you have Conan. We have Nick Reiner at Conan's party right before he shoots his parents, not guilty by reason of insanity. Don't you find that to be odd, like that full circle? Weird, huh?
Not much to say.
Yeah,
huh?
and Harvey Keitel's just sort of like the little brother who's always, you know, pulling pranks and saying, look at me.
Yeah, and so they've essentially not changed at all.
Not changed at all.
You know, it's funny, the subject matter at the time was so heavy that you sensed when you were making that film, I read this once, that you thought that maybe De Niro and Scorsese they didn't quite know how to behave around you because you're a kid. They're making this very dark, heavy film that ends up being one of the great seminal films of the 70s.
I mean, especially when I had to unzip his fly and things like that. They were a little uncomfortable.
They were uncomfortable about that. So how did they handle their discomfort?
They just giggled. They just giggled uncontrollably. Mostly Scorsese giggled. He would try to give me a direction, and then he would just burst into laughter. And then,
which, of course, is horribly inappropriate.
Totally desensitized, dude. Totally desensitized. Hey, Hella, what's up? Hollywood makes me cringe so hard. Same. I have not seen Pretty Baby. She was unzipping his fly.
No, it's probably, I don't know if that's helping you in that situation or helping that these adults who are supposed to be in charge are just giggling the whole time.
Yeah, but Robert De Niro, took it on, and I think he took on being the bridge between Scorsese and myself, and he would, try to wipe the smile off his face and then ask me to do things. But I had made a lot of movies at that point. I'd made probably more movies than De Niro and Scorsese had made.
That's true. That's true. So you were seasoned. What was your attitude then when they were acting all nervous and we've got to ask this kid to do this thing that's strange or really out there on the edge and we don't know how to do it? Your attitude was?
This is my job. I've been doing my whole life. I don't really know why they were, getting all nutty about it.
Right.
For me, what I remember of Taxi Driver was a great summer in New York where I kept going to the theater and going in hansom cabs and, getting my picture taken at Rockefeller Center and things like that. And then during the day or at night, actually, I'd go off and put the hot pants on and walk around the street.
In other words, she was obviously groomed from a very young age to think that shit's normal. No one in Hollywood would say anything against him. Oh.
Ask men for their numbers.
That's just what I do when I go to New York.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty wild. Here, let's watch this last clip. She's 12. She is 12. The character is 12. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Paper Moon? I do not. The taxi driver pimp scene? The climax? Yeah, I guess where that's you talking to me, I guess that's where it came from. So whose fly was she unzipping? I'm confused. This Travis guy? So John Hinckley Jr., it said that he started dressing and getting the mannerisms of that guy. Wait, watch
And
this.
when he came to me and said, "I want you to play a child prostitute," I had started laughing. You gotta be kidding! I was 12 years old. I had my little uniform on. I came in. He goes, "Yes." So I said, "Okay, I trust you." And I read the script, and I think it's one of the best scripts that's ever been written.
How did you know how to play? I mean, the attitude. Did you talk with? No, I'm serious. I'm really serious.
Well,
the attitude in itself of somebody in that profession at that age.
I don't think you have to know a great deal about anything to play it. I didn't go into the method thing and
Right.
study for it. I just went on the set and I had a terrific time doing it. Mostly on Taxi Driver, what I tried to do was go through the part that the kid was a runaway, and that it wasn't just only any kind of prostitute, but it was a real person. And when he came to me and said, "I want you to play a..."
Wow. Oh, I don't know who. I've heard those names that Tatum. Only I don't know who those people are. Like I wouldn't know them by just seeing them. De Niro takes his date to a dirty movie. Okay, I don't understand the big deal with this movie, to be honest with you.
There is an interesting history behind Taxi Driver. It's one of those things that's fallen down into Hollywood legend. I have no idea if it's true. Scorsese had made Taxi Driver.
Marty said, "I'm having a big problem. I just want to show you the shootout at the end."
And the MPAA slapped it with an X.
He said, "What? They're telling me we're going to get an X rating. I've got to cut the scene."
And the legend.
So the X rating was for the shooting scene, but not for a 12-year-old unzipping the grown man's pants. Got it.
Goes that Scorsese stayed up all night drinking, getting drunk with a loaded gun.
And so Marty was actually plotting murder at that point. And could he get away with it?
In the morning, he was going to shoot the executive at Columbia for making him cut his masterpiece. And some of his fellow filmmakers and friends came and tried to talk him out of it.
But here's what it turned out. You had a great idea.
The idea that came to him was just to desaturate the color in the final shootout.
Explain what desaturate the color. He desaturated the color.
Turning what was candy apple blood red into a more burgundy blood.
And the MPAA gave him an R rating.
Yeah. There is an interesting history behind Taxi Driver.
Wow.
It's one of those things that's fallen.
They changed the color of the blood and got an R rating. All right, y'all. I could sit here and wait, hold on.
And Martin Scorsese just let him be free. And I think he let him find a speech or something or a movement or a gesture, a piece of language that said everything. And for me, that moment is Robert De Niro looking in the mirror and asking himself, you know, in character, pretending to be somebody who's bigger and more important than he is, and looking at a stranger, pretending that that stranger is looking back at him and asking him very cockily, you know, "You talking to me?" That tells you everything about the character of Taxi Driver. And Martin Scorsese just let him be free. And I think he let...
How can she even remember what happened? I mean, you were 12. Anyways, all right, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up. It is very, very late, but it was nice catching up. It was nice chatting and all the things. It was fun chilling. Thanks for being here, Crusha. Yeah, glad they had to look out for the shade of the blood and not the 12-year-old unzipping the grown man's pants. Ugh, just disgusting. But thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your night. If you're replaying, let me know what you think in the comment sections below. We're going to be deep diving into Tim Busfield as well. So I hope you guys enjoy the replay. Let me know. I'll see you coots tomorrow. Here's to being born in the 70s. Thank you guys. Thanks, moderators. Thank you, everybody. Everybody have a great rest of your night or morning, wherever it is you are. Good night, guys.